Yeah, they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah, why they wanna put me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too far.
What's good?
I can't come it down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This that high life for the few. You get to have it all, no need to choose.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's goody though? What's really, really good? I'm trying to get all these settings right now. How's everybody doing in the building? I see we got a couple people in the building. Say what's up. Salute LaRon Jones. Salute Eastside Easy. Sonny Augustine. What's good, family? There we go. There we go. I figured it out. Yeah, we back at it. It is Monday night. Freestyle Monday nights. Catching up on the weekends. Boxing that went down this weekend. A lot of news coming out throughout the week. We're going to talk about it all, put some perspective on the conversation. You know how it is out here in these YouTube streets. A whole lot of opinions and a whole lot of speculation. And that's what we do, right? We speculate too. But we try to be a little bit more accurate and unbiased with the representation of the information. After all, we only get some of the information, right? We got to kind of add our own sauce to it sometimes. But a lot of good things happening. Boxing is developing. Fighting words with bang. Salute, King. Salute, 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 King. Thank you for coming through, man. Maybe you'll get on the panel tonight, man. Let me know. I'll throw you that link. We got to put a lot of things on perspective. Abdullah Mason had a nice little performance this weekend. I think we all kind of expected Abdullah to do what he did, just basically showing that it's, just continuing to reinforce the idea that it's time for him to level up, get that competition up, get him out of that prospect category and get him into the contender category. Real interesting to see what he's going to do. He's basically, he's made it clear that he plans on moving forward and jumping into chasing some titles down. I think we're all ready to see him do that. I don't know what that's going to look like at 135. We'll talk about it. You guys let me know what your opinions is on it. My guy jumped on the scale, got down to his draws, pause, and made that catch weight for 136. But, he got a pretty big frame on him. Maybe does that need a pause? Does that need a pause? I don't know. But he's a pretty big kid. 20 years old, growing, getting into his man strength and growing up. And at 136, you got to ask yourself, how much longer do we see Abdullah Mason hanging out at 135? Like, is he going to be able to be there long enough to chase some titles down? Are we expecting him or forecasting him fighting one of the three kings in the division, being Lomachenko, Shakur Stevenson, or Gervonta Tank Davis? And if he's not going to stay in the division long enough to compete on that level, should he consider going up to 140 if the weight cuts are getting so heavy that he has to be naked on a scale to make the weight? We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it. And of course, Turki at the top of the headlines. Turki's doing what he's doing, right? Moving through boxing, trying to make the best fights happen, trying to make the best deals happen. A lot of people been pushing back on Turki. A lot of people been pushing back on the idea of Turki, really making it a personal situation. I think it's kind of weird from a boxing fan point to hate on him like that. I mean, I could definitely understand everybody wanting him to come in a certain way in a capacity and taking his time, and you don't want to just give him the keys to the house. But at the end of the day, as a fan of boxing, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that as well, right? Like how much of a negative thing is it that Turki's coming in the game the way he is? Conversations with him in the PBC, there's rumors that, is it rumors? Turki pretty much confirmed that he's speaking with the PBC and working on putting some things together. Let's see if that'll change the tune of a lot of the naysayers who brought up all his past and the government and the human rights issues and everything that they said, outside of boxing that was a reason not to mess with. Ray. Okay, no doubt. Ray Davis in the building. Salute, King. Salute.
Yeah, I was sitting here waiting. I was listening to you though. I was like, dang, man, he started the content without me.
Well, you know how it is. We gotta start on time, man. They waiting. We gotta make sure we start on time.
Listen, you already started with some of the stuff, man.
Oh no, yeah. Just give him a quick little overview, just a real quick little overview. You know what I mean? But yeah, so we'll talk about Turki. We'll talk about what he's doing right now. We'll talk about Shakur, what he's doing. We'll talk about Tank, what is Tank doing. You know what I mean? And there was some interesting interactions. I'm going to talk a little bit about my guy. Yo, salute to Mazuma TV, my brother from another mother. Yeah, we're going to be opening up the panel, Mazuma, fighting Orchard Bang. I don't know if you guys want to come up. It'd be a pleasure. What a panel that would be to have you two guys up on the panel. We'll see, though, when I put that link out there. We'll see, man. That'll be a crazy panel right there. I think, straight up, if you guys come on, I'm not letting nobody else on tonight. Straight up, because that's a super powerful panel. You know what I mean? Everybody else kind of turns it into that's a very, very focused panel right there. You know what I mean?
I hear that.
But yeah, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about Shakur, his moves, rumors of him coordinating fights with Joseph Cordina and or even the Williams Zepeda seems like it's a little bit more getting pushed away as the conversations are opening up. It seems like that's going to be more and more pushed out. Zepeda seems like he wants some more time. So oh yeah, no doubt. Hold on, what time is it? No, you know what? I'll throw it up right now, Mark, for sure. I'll throw it up right now. For sure. You ever forget to plug in your wireless keyboard? Yeah.
No. Mine has a keyboard.
That ever happened to you?
I stopped doing that. Yes, because of that, I stopped and got me one that has a USB.
Well, a wire, right? I'm trying to be cool. You know what I mean? But yeah, so we're going to talk about that. A lot of opinions also as far as the whole Shakur ducking Tank conversation is concerned, as far as that fight being the most important fight to happen right now. And, do we even know that Tank's interested in fighting Shakur right now? A lot of stuff that we got to talk about. Salute to Joseph Torres in the building. Salute, King. I appreciate that, Joseph. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. So we're going to talk about that as well. And whatever else comes to mind, right? A content creator that, I respect to the fullest, got into it with a coach, a trainer, a father trainer this week. And I think we're going to talk about that a little bit as well. I thought that was real interesting how that came together. And I don't know, we'll get the opinion. Salute to my guy, the one and only, the trainer, Mr. Mazuma. Yeah. Hey, Mark, I seen the interview you did with Brett, man. Yeah, man, you doing it, man. You ain't playing around with these things, man.
Yeah, man, I had one with Greg Haggett, too, and Greg Haggett just went viral again.
Yo, that's who I was talking about just now when I said somebody I really respect in the game really had to really just give some understanding, had to get some straightening, give some, right? We're gonna talk about that for sure.
For sure.
I'll be honest. Okay, no doubt. On both sides of the argument, and I actually watched because I came in late on that conversation on the live on that Instagram. I came in towards to the backside of that, and I'm like, damn, what's going on? And then I watched it from the beginning. Mills reached out to me and sent me the whole entire video, and I watched it from the beginning to the end. And I'm going to give my opinion on it. You know what I mean? I think I could see where Schofield Sr. was coming from as well. But I definitely see where Greg was coming from. You know what I'm saying? I think both those dudes were just two men that was just handling business that, you know, as grown men, we shouldn't get in the middle of. You know what I'm saying? Make no opinions one way or the other. They were just handling their business, how they felt like they had to handle it. Greg was killing them. I ain't gonna lie. Greg was going, he was going in. He was going in. But I understand where Senior was coming from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, logic going trump emotions every time.
Exactly. Like, I understand the loyalty, and I understand what side of the conversation he wanted to make sure he stayed on, because he was there for a reason. He was there representing his son, and it was just going to be what it was going to be when it came to that conversation. He needs, you know, he got a little emotional, but like I said, we'll talk about it. When I saw it from the beginning to the end, I get it. You know what I mean? I get why he was angry. You know what I mean? It'd be like that sometimes. We'll talk about all that, you know what I mean? But let me shout out to the panel, man. So salute Ray Davis, salute Mark. How y'all weekends been? You know, this is my weekend. This is my Friday night right here. You know what I mean? I'm also, for me, I'm letting my hair down. And hey, chill.
Yeah,
I know I ain't got no hair, bro. Y'all relax, bro. I know I ain't got no damn hair, bro. It's just a damn metaphor, man. But
it's a metaphor, man.
Just a damn metaphor. Y'all just always ready to chop somebody's head off. You know what I mean? Let me have that, man. Let me have that. But how y'all pause. But how y'all weekend been, man? How was y'all weekend? When y'all catch these fights this weekend, what y'all been up to?
You go to Mark. I got you.
Yeah, Mark, really. I know it. Yeah.
Nah, believe it or not, man, I ain't really even watched the fights all like that. I didn't have my son this weekend, so I was like, you know what, man, let me have some time to myself. You feel what I mean? And I had went out, you know what I mean, went to a little party and all like that, spent time with the family, you know what I mean, stuff like that, you know what I mean? I had a couple days off, so I was like, might as well do something. But I did catch some of the Billy and Derevyanchenko fight, just a little bit of it, you know, enough to like, you know, give you like a proper analysis on what I thought happened.
Right.
But besides that, I really wasn't tuned in all like that.
Right.
I
think Abdullah was more of a.
I watched Abdullah.
Right, but you kind of knew what was coming. You knew what was coming with Abdullah.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna miss that. But like in terms of like the whole card, I wasn't sitting there like, nah.
Me neither. Yo, let me put that on record. I did not see that whole I did not see that whole card, you know what I'm saying? But I definitely made sure I caught those fights. And we'll talk about Abdullah and his future. I got some questions and, you know, interesting conversation about Abdullah as far as where he's going from here. I thought he did great. I think it's contender time. I think it's time for him to start, you know, fighting some top 10 guys, top level guys. A lot of people are putting him in the same conversation as a SHAKUR or Tank or Loma. They feel like he's ready for that big show. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that, but we'll talk about where he's at and where he should, you know what I mean, what makes practical sense for him and where he might consider going. You know what I mean? But and of course we're going to talk about Turki, because Turki is top news right now. He's doing face of boxing things. He's moving around. He's rubbing some people the wrong way. He's moving at his own pace. One thing I'll say about Turki is he's definitely not moving perfect, right? He's definitely kind of learning as he goes. You know what I'm saying? But another thing I'm gonna tell you is he ain't giving up, bro. he's gonna push. He's like, excuse me, did I step on your toes? My bad, bro. Seriously, my bad. Respectfully, bro. My bad. Was that your foot? I'm just trying to get in here. Excuse me. And he making it work. You know what I mean? But what do we start at? What do you think we should start at? Ray got the questions, really. Ray got it. Right, so he got the curriculum.
Yeah, I do. So since we was talking about Abdullah Mason, I have a question of a couple of questions. I mean, you can line them up the way you want, how you want to answer them. But I was like, what's next for Abdullah? With the weight issues, how do you see him looking at a possible 140? Is 140 a good move for him?
Hold
And
on. He had to strip down, right?
right, and
to make 136.
Right. So is 140 a good move for him? Is my question, because I think with all the belt holders right now holding and seizing the belts and fighting each other, that's probably a 2-year stint. Does he even get in a championship conversation for another 2 years where he could just make a move with the 140? He can get in there instantly. What do you think about that?
Who want to answer?
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, man. Listen, man, Abdullah, and this wasn't his first time stripping down. The last fight he stripped down as well, but he made the 135. He's been making the weight. Like that, I believe this was like a catch weight fight. His opponent came in like at 137 and change, or like 136 and 3/4, something like that.
37. The contract was for 37.
Right, exactly. So it wasn't like he couldn't make the weight, but it was a catch weight. I don't know if that was more so for the other guy, being that it was a short turnaround for Abdullah as well. It was a short turnaround. I'm sure he's in shape, but I mean, we can, outside of what happened at the weigh-in, which is not the biggest deal in the world, he stripped down to his skivvies to make that weight, but he's a big dude, right? Pause. He's a big kid. You know what I mean? He's 74 or 75 inch arm reach, sitting about 5'9". I mean, he's sharing like a lot of attributes like a Terrence Crawford, like the long arms, you know what I mean? He got a big frame on him, and he's 20 years old. He's growing. He's growing, and he's about to jump into his contender chapter of his career, right? He's leaving the prospect era alone, and he's going up into his contender. Right now, 135, with everything going on with the love triangle that's going up top between Shakur, Loma, and Tank, and however long it's going to take for them to iron that out, if they are chasing unification title matches to inevitably end up with an undisputed champion, how long is Abdullah Mason going to have to wait until he gets his opportunity to get in that conversation? He's going to have to wait there for like a year and a half, at least a year. How's his body going to change in that year? So if it's not realistic that he's going to be chasing any titles up there, I mean, he could take 1 or 2 fights. But I think it's not far-fetched at all to see him make a debut at 140. I think it's possible. You know what I'm saying? But what do you think, Mark?
Those some great questions by Ray. So first of all, I'm gonna just say this. They've been pushing this, and I heard Tim Bradley say this. I just heard it being put out on when they did that little interview after the fact, after his knockout win over Ohan. They kept pushing this thing where it's like world title shot by 2025, world title shot by 2025. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And usually when they saying stuff like that, they pretty much foreshadowing what's to come in the future. They have a good portion of belts in the 135-pound division right now, whether we looking at Loma's direction. They have a good relationship with Baranchek as well. I don't know if he's necessarily signed with Top Rank, but regardless, I know that he fights on Top Rank cards. You know what I mean? We just seen it in his last bout. So, and then they also have guys who are also in position to fight for the belt at 135 pounds. Keyshawn could get a call at any time. Bob Arum seems like he's going to point Keyshawn in Baranchek's direction based off of what he said in previous interviews and stuff like that. So I would not be surprised if there was find a way to squeeze Abdullah Mason in the mix at 135 and get him some type of interim belt, something that's gonna make him the mandatory for whoever is champion at that time. However, considering the fact that I've seen him strip multiple times, is a little bit concerning for me. And I'm gonna tell you guys why. It's not like this kid is fighting once, twice a year. This kid is pretty active. I put it in my last video, the last video that I had put out speaking about Abdullah Mason. Since August of 2023, he's fought 6 times. That's extremely active for somebody who's, coming up in the boxing world right now, especially one that's backed by a big promoter. So if he's fighting this frequently and is still having a strip, that's letting me know it's a little bit of a struggle to get down to that weight because he's not really having no off season. It's not like he has time to really blow up and weight. So if he's being this active and is still having to strip just to get a couple scale, that's a little bit concerning for me. Abdullah Mason hasn't been showing it really in his performances yet. Hold on. he hasn't really been showing it in his performances yet, where it's like he's deteriorating or the weight cut is getting too much for him. But at the same time, he's disposing of dudes so quick that we're not really seeing the effects of the weight cut just yet. So maybe, next opponent, it should be somebody like, and I was just saying this, why not give him like a tough, sturdy dude? I feel like Antonio Moran would be a good opponent for him, considering Andy Cruz just beat him, and he a tough dude. He's been around the block a few times. He fought some experienced dudes. He should be looking at this point to fight, an experienced vet like Antonio Moran, or maybe even like a former world champion that's on the decline, just to see exactly where he's at. He needs to be in front of an opponent, because ain't no disrespect to Mike Ohan Jr., but he was 19-2. When you look through the resume, he pretty much had a blown up record. There's plenty of those people out here who have great records, but haven't really accomplished anything, like those guys that Jake Paul has fought, in his previous bouts. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes,
It's
sir.
just guys who look solid, and then when they get in there, it's like, how did they get to that point? Head scratching type shit. You know what I'm saying? So we need to see somebody that we actually know of, somebody that we actually have some type of knowledge of, and see
Right.
if like Abdullah Mason is capable of disposing them type of dudes, former world champions, veterans, like how the way he's watching these guys with blown up records. It is kind of concerning, him, like I said, him being that active and still having to strip down to get a couple ounces off. Maybe 140 will be in his future. Maybe within the next year, we probably see him go up to 140 because the cut is a little bit too much. I seen it with Xander Zayas. He was at 47. He was campaigning. Everything looked good. And then he was like, you know what? This weight cut a little bit too much. I got to go up to 54. You feel what I mean? And then he pretty much had to restart the whole process. But fortunately, because he has a big promoter and they have really good a relationship with the WBO, they might be able to, get some things going where suddenly Abdullah Mason is the number 3 guy, number 2 guy, and all of a sudden he's a title eliminator, that he'll be in position to fight for the belt. That's the importance of having somebody like Bob Arum behind you. So even if you move up in weight, they'll have the resources necessary to, get you on a good track. You feel what I mean? So that's what I think about the whole situation.
Yeah, man. Great breakdown, man. Like, honestly, yeah, man. Everything you said and then some, right? Like, also, we got to put, first of all, well, 2 things. Number one, we got to put 140 in perspective. And I think 140 is kind of in disarray a little bit real quick. It looks like it's just going through a little, you got Tiafimo looking to go up to 147 and challenge up there. You got, obviously, what's going with Devin Haney. You got Alberto Puello and Sandro Martin about to square it up and figure out what's really going to go on with that WBC title up there. Sabril Matias just took his first loss, and we have a new champion in Liam Paro. It just seems like, oh yeah, his second loss. Sorry, you're right. Just took his second loss, and it just seems like an Abdullah Mason could find his way into some opportunities in that division. Whereas 135 seems very it just seems like there's something going on right now, and until that's ironed out with those 3 guys, title shots and everything like that, and if he's having a hard time making that weight, I don't see him really choosing to hang out there longer than he needs to hang out there. And like, shout out to Teach, who just also said on here that out of 15 fights, Abdullah only made weight 6 times, according to BoxRec. So this kid's kind of, and I hate to use the word struggle. I don't want to use that word, but I am going to say that, at the end of the day, 20 years old, you're not even a contender yet, and you're already having to do catchweight fights. It does look like, it's going to be an issue for you. And honestly, when you see somebody doing a fight like that, his last fight of the year, he makes it a catchweight, and he says he'll see us in 2025. So he's pretty much not fighting for the rest of the year. What's he going to look like in 5 months, in 4 or 5 months, and 6 months when he comes back? Because like Mark said, he's been fighting consistently. He's been active, and he hasn't had time to blow up. Well, you give him like 6 months, 5-6 months, that gives him the time to blow up. You know what I'm saying? That gives him the time to blow up. So it'll be interesting in seeing what's coming for Abdullah Mason. Either way, I'm excited to see this kid perform. He's got the it factor. He's doing it for real. You know what I mean? He just needs to find his home where he can sit at, get himself, like you said, Mark, Bob Arum needs to kind of map out the next few years for this kid and do what they do well. Top Rank does a good job at developing their fighters. They usually develop their fighters pretty well. So
right.
And I wanted to mention this with Teach too. He said that Abdullah Mason has only made weight 6 times. usually fights aren't really at like the full weight class, like the
Mhm.
legitimate weight class, unless there's some type of belt or title, some type of title on the line. So Abdullah Mason could easily, and I don't know if people really know this, but like he could easily get a contract, whereas like 137 plus one. So like the heaviest you would come in is like 138 or
Mhm.
whatever it is. So Abdullah Mason is most likely making weight. It's just not at the full fledged like lightweight limit. You know what I'm saying? Because like, all right, I'm just staying busy. I'm just taking these fights. You know what I mean? We don't have to really, cut the extra weight off. We can just fight at 138, 136 plus one, 135 plus one. You know what I mean? So they're gonna take the extra pound every time. There's no point in cutting the extra pound if you could keep it. You feel what I mean?
Right.
So he probably
Right.
has made weight every time. It just
Right.
depends on what contract is in front of him and what the weight limit says. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. I like what
100%.
you just said earlier too, Mazuma, and that follow up was even good, brilliant too. So I do like what you said about him going through the four matches. You know what I mean? Getting himself into contention, getting himself into a title eliminator, getting himself into a interim belt, and maybe a mandatory shot at that point. But with him doing that, that's four fights. Does he stay on the path as he is now, fighting six fights a year, where he stays at the weight close to 135 and try to move him into a position? Does that hurt him in a title contention fight where he's fighting six fights and maybe his sixth fight will be that title contention fight? Or do we see it as, okay, you know what? If he does that, we know that's going to be a process. If he does it in the sense of it being maybe three fights a year, so we know that's going to move him into 2025, 2026, maybe before he even gets mentioned into a conversation. At that point, which I was saying earlier, and to repeat the question is, does he have a better opportunity moving to 140 where it's a little bit more open and the structure there is a little bit more smoother, because those guys aren't looking to fight each other. They're just looking to defend their titles to all comers. Whereas at 135, these guys are all locked in on each other and they're all trying to unify for undisputed. Does that play a part big time? Especially, one more thing, especially when you got, like you said, Keyshawn, Maratala, and Andy Cruz and the other guy, his dad was just arguing, Floyd Schofield Jr. They're all ranked actually in the top four, and they're actually going to be in the same conversation. So does that help?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all a factor, man. I think it all counts. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, here's what it comes down to me. If you're going to fast pace him and move him forward in that division and get him in these fights, get him a Floyd Schofield, get him a Keyshawn Davis, get him a Andy Cruz. If that's the fight you plan on putting him in, then cut the weight, make the sacrifice, and get in those fights. Those are good fights. But if you can't really get him to those fights and get him into some sort of title shot at some point, why cut the weight? Why put that pressure on you to stay down there at 135? And also, those guys are probably coming up to 140 either way, right? At some point. So why not just go to 140 and wait for them to come up there and take control of 140? So when they come up there, you're the A side to these conversations, and these deals start working more in your favor if you're able to secure one of those belts at 140. So yeah, for me, it makes sense. We'll see what happens, but it makes sense from my perspective to see him go up to 140. What do you think, Mark?
I feel like he gonna meet some type of turbulence either way, because there's a waiting list at 135 and there's a waiting list at 140. We got to take into consideration that it's not gonna be an easy route to the world title, regardless of what weight class he's in. If he's at 135, you know what I mean? Keyshawn waiting there for an opportunity. Like you said, Floyd Schofield. And there's a few people in
Mortala,
the
Even
Mornitalia.
Madueno. Even
Yeah, I
Madueno.
mean,
Bueno, Zepeda. Yeah, we got
there's
a
a lot of smoke at
laundry
135,
list.
and they all patiently waiting for their opportunities. And as far as I'm concerned, you know what I mean? These guys are sanctioned, like they're ranked in sanctioning bodies. I don't know if Abdullah Mason has cracked the top 15 of any sanctioning body yet, but regardless, there's gonna be people waiting there, and they might just be, getting a little impatient and waiting for their opportunities. And you know what I mean? They're not gonna let Abdullah Mason get in the way of that. If he were to move up to 140, I think it'll be healthier for him to be in that weight class, and he might have more room and potential to grow in that weight class. I feel like his time at 135 is ticking. You know what I mean? I don't feel like he got much time left. So if he was to make that transition to 140, then that'll give him like a head start. to the guys that's gonna move up to 140, I guess. And like you said, Clay, by the time they get there, he'll be solidified there, or at least be, in a good position for a world title shot or whatever. But I'm gonna say, 140 got a waiting list too, man. Sue Burrell trying to get back in the mix. He gonna want to get that world title back. You got Gary Antoine Russell. Richardson Hitchens. There's people waiting there. Devin Haney. He's a champion in recess right now. He might pop up out of nowhere. Like there's a lot of people that are patiently waiting for their opportunity at 140. So I almost feel like, and Bob Arum could probably change this up a little bit, but I think regardless, he's gonna have to wait for his opportunity. And them saying that he might get a title shot in 2025, that's gonna be difficult to do. They definitely gonna have to
That's
pull
what
some
I'm
strings.
focused on too, Mark. Like if they saying they expect him to get that title shot, that's what got me kind of like that part. Like how,
That's gonna be
where,
very difficult. It's gonna be very
right?
difficult. They're gonna have to pull some strings. They're gonna have to do something. And if he gets a title shot in 2025, he might have to make a statement, in November. He might have to have a quality opponent in November where, you know what I mean, these sanctioning bodies are like, all right, this kid just beat a gun. We need to put him in a sanctioning body. You know what I'm saying? I
Yes,
don't know.
sir.
That's gonna be very, very difficult to do, in my opinion.
Okay.
I gotta agree with you. It's gonna be interesting to see it develop. It's gonna be interesting to see what they're gonna do. They've been moving well with him so far, so let's we can only bet on them to continue to do that. But regardless, Abdullah Mason had a great performance, and he just showed that he's levels above the guys they're putting in the ring with him. Just levels above, like hard to even gauge if he's developing. One good thing though about Abdullah Mason is he has that family, that father, the brothers, that Muslim, that Islam faith that he's loyal to, that's going to keep him level-headed and keep him grounded. So I expect him to just continue to get better, and we'll see what he does. You know what I'm saying? We'll definitely see what he does.
Boxing Savage, appreciate it, bro.
Yeah.
Sure, you can come up, bro. What you got? But anyway,
I
not
don't know what
right
you
now.
want to debate about. What you want to debate about somebody's paycheck?
There you go. Here, I got one for you. Here, we got a great question right now. We're gonna talk about. You can make a debate on it. All right, so we're gonna move to
Nowadays, just having healthy conversations is called being soft, huh?
Yeah, he can't even spell soft, so it's okay. But it's all good.
Yeah.
But so we're gonna move the needle to Shakur, and I'm glad that he said that. So Shakur needs to make the fight. That's the rumor around the space. He needs to make the fight. He needs to call out Tank. He needs to do everything he needs to do. But isn't it like a problem for Tank, because Tank is the one that's the A side? Like, how do we, like, why is he got to call out? Who is Tank calling out? Who is Tank making a fight with? He doesn't even have an opponent yet. Is Shakur moving the needle in a place of, hey, I want to take a tune up until something goes right for me, rather than pay the Tank, Loma, whoever comes up next. That's what I'll do to keep myself busy. It doesn't matter him fighting someone that has just came off a loss and maybe struggle with weight, moving up, that could be healthier and being a competitor. What do you guys think about that?
Go ahead, Mark. You want to take? I've been kind of going first. Unless you want me to go first, I don't care. But
okay. So you was talking about the whole situation with Shakur, and a lot of people criticizing him due to the fact that he's not calling out Tank and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, it seems like they're putting it on him all of a sudden. All of a sudden, he's ducking Tank. All of a sudden, you know what I mean?
I feel like, and I've been saying this for a while. Whenever I say this, I get called a Javante hater. You know what I'm saying? When I'm really just keeping it honest. You know what I mean? I've been saying multiple times that I like Tank. I think he's capable of beating just about everybody in or around his division. I think he's that talented. However, I do think that this man gets a lot of exceptions. I think he's the exception to a lot of these rules. A lot of things that guys like Shakur and Devin Haney get criticized for. There's been evidence of Gervonta Davis doing the same thing, but they always have some type of exception for him. It's like this man is getting his stripes before he earns them. Listen, he's fought some solid guys. Isak Cruz. These are solid guys. Frank Martin, but when we talk about him possibly facing elite dudes, we've been calling him to fight elite dudes since he was at 130 pounds and had that IBF title, you know, after beating Jose Pedraza. You know what I'm saying? And there's been multiple times where we called for him to do things and he's never followed through with them and continued to do whatever he felt was best for him. You know what I'm saying? Why does how can Shakur make the fight when he's not the A side? You see what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, Leonard Ellerbe told y'all, don't nobody make us do something we don't want to do. We the one who send the offers. They can't offer us nothing. We're the ones who send the offers. We the A side. Okay, so that automatically gets rid of that question right there. How could Shakur do something that Leonard Ellerbe and Gervonta Davis wouldn't allow him to do point blank period, which is offer him something. They're the ones that do the offering. They the A side according to themselves. Moving on. You know, it's a real touchy subject for a lot of these people when you talk about Gervonta Davis. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's gonna get more. We're gonna get some more.
They start disrespecting you and calling you out your name when you really just want to see these guys fight each other. You feel what I mean? When has Gervonta Davis, you know, how can I say this? When has he ever called somebody out? And when has he ever set the fight offer for somebody we actually wanted to see him fight? You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, Ryan Garcia, all right, cool. That was a little popular fight or whatever. You know what I mean? A little popularity contest.
But that was still Ryan calling him out.
But you know, and that's the thing. That's what I wanted to get to. I was rambling. They said Shakur Stevenson needs to call out Gervonta Davis. I could find multiple interviews. I could find multiple tweets from Shakur Stevenson where he's calling out Gervonta Davis. It hasn't done anything. There's been multiple fighters from 130 to 135 to 140 that have called out Gervonta Davis, and it has equated to nothing. So why is it suddenly that if Shakur does it, it's going to guarantee him a fight? I've seen Tevin Farmer call out Gervonta Davis. That fight never happened. I've seen Gary Russell call out Gervonta Davis. The fight never happened. I've seen multiple people. I've seen Devin Haney call him out, and nothing happened. We got plenty of people in or around the division that's calling Tank out. 140, I heard Sue Brown call him out before. You know, he's a popular guy. He's the most popular guy around the division. So he's been a victim to multiple call outs. And nothing has ever happened as a result of it. So how does that guarantee anything? These people really need to start thinking before they speak. You know what I'm saying? Because he will blatantly ignore you and continue to go about his path how he usually does. You feel what I'm saying? So
yes,
it is what it is. I can't really. How can I shit on Shakur when he's shown that he wants to fight? It's all up to Tank at the end of the day. The ball is in his court. Ain't shit gonna move until he wants it to. Simple and plain.
Man, I agree with you 100%, bro. Let me hit you with a back there getting some straightening. They straighten out some issues back there. They definitely was straightening out some issues.
Yeah, bro, they rumble all day, bro.
Sometimes you gotta let them rumble. Let them figure it out, man. You know what I mean? Somebody gonna run it. Somebody gonna run it. But yeah, man, you said it like eloquently the best way it could be said. You know, we've seen this story before. We've seen the call out Tank thing. We've seen the fighters who've been motivated to try to fight Tank, and we've seen them get nowhere with it. I also think that Shakur's finally in a position in his career where he's gotten out of that top rank situation, which I feel like was kind of toxic for him towards the end. It got real toxic for Shakur for the last 2 years or so, 2-3 years. It's been very toxic over there for Shakur. The matchmaking's been horrible. And now he's in a position to where he's a free agent and he has a lot of promoters. Well, he has Eddie Hearn that's willing to work with him and not sign him to like a 5-fight deal for whatever amount of dollars, who's willing to work with him on damn near fight for fight basis. He has a lot of money that's willing to invest in him in Turkey Al-Sheikh. He has opportunities right now to make money. He has opportunities to get into some great fights that will highlight what he does well, give him some great fights that will raise his market value, put him in a position to give him a little bit more leverage at the negotiation table. Because right now he has no leverage because his last 2 fights, people have been booing him and leaving the building and criticizing him for the way he fights. And, you know, he's boring and he has this reputation right now that makes his market value really not there. So it would make sense if Eddie Hearn's going to get involved in the conversation. And let's put the whole entire Eddie Hearn, Shakur Stevenson situation into perspective as well, to say that Eddie Hearn, if he's going to be working with Shakur Stevenson and looking to put him in some fights, it's not going to be with Tank Davis. The last time Eddie Hearn reached out to Tank Davis and tried to offer him an opportunity, which was the Devin Haney situation with Turki Al-Sheikh, and just tried to speak to him on the phone, Tank ate his food, right?
Situation too.
And the Conor Ben situation. It's not been a good situation for Eddie Hearn and Tank's team. So why, if Eddie Hearn is going to be coordinating and helping Shakur Stevenson, it's not going to be about trying to coordinate nothing with Tank. I think after a while, when people tell you who they are, you believe them. And this is not a shot at Tank, but this is to say that, listen, man, until Tank wants to, it's not going to happen. So your best bet is to stay as active as you can and wait for him to send that contract in the mail. If it works and it makes sense, take it. If it doesn't, move on. It makes sense to me that Shakur Stevenson would take this opportunity to do something that he's been trying to do for the past 2 years, which is stay active, right? Get the fights that he wants. For the first time in his life, he can point at a fighter and say, I want that fight. And he has a team behind him that's going to try to make that fight happen. He could say, I want Lomachenko. Turkey's going to be like, say less. Eddie Hearn's going to be like, say less. They're going to start negotiating and working in his favor to get him the fight that he wants. So it doesn't blow me away that he does that. Tank is the A side. Like Mark said, Leonard Ellerbe made it clear, you have nothing to offer us. We're the one who's going to offer you something. You know, they were disgusted by it, right? And then it seems like the fan base, the Tank fan base is starting to get annoyed that Shakur won't even say Tank's name right now. Meanwhile, 6 months ago, you guys were like Kenny Ellis was like begging you guys to not say his name. You know, he was telling people, don't say his name for 365 days, right? They were just getting annoyed by it. That's how much people were saying Tank's name, right? But now nobody's paying attention to Tank like that. I mean, everybody, we still give, respectful to Tank and what he brings to the table and who he is in a 135-pound division. But at the end of the day, there's options out there. There's opportunities outside of Tank. Tank Davis isn't the end-all, be-all in boxing. He's just a huge opportunity. But with Turki Al-Sheikh now in the conversation, there are a lot more opportunities out there. And, people are going to try to kill what's there to be killed. And they're not going to focus on hunting the white tiger down, you know what I'm saying, that nobody can't find. That's like almost like a legend inside the forest. It makes sense. I think the fan base is real fickle when it comes to being fair, right? You can be a fan of your fighter, support your fighter, but not be ridiculously unfair to another fighter. You know why, Shakur, you know that the person who needs to push this, if y'all want to see this fight, is Tank. So if you guys are genuinely saying that there's no other fight you guys want to see except for Shakur and Tank, then you know where to focus the energy. Like Tank said, call Al. So you guys either petition the Al or petition the Tank. But coming knocking at Shakur's door and asking him what is he doing to make this fight, and he's sitting here doing this, that's a waste of your time, man. That's just you guys hating and doing something that, in my mind, thought-wise, is not aligned with Tank Davis's thought process. I don't think Tank thinks the way his fans think. I don't think he's tripping the way his fans be tripping. I think he's looking at it like, go ahead, Shakur, do what you gotta do. We don't even know if Tank plans on fighting Shakur next. He might feel like, you know what? I had planned on fighting Lomachenko. Lomachenko went a certain direction on me. He might look at Shakur maybe as a boring fight or as a fight that he doesn't want to take right now. He wants to train maybe some more for. I don't know. But at the end of the day, what you haven't heard is Tank say Shakur's next, or he hasn't sent an offer or connected with his people and told them to connect with Shakur to put down an offer to make that fight next. So allow Tank to figure it out. Allow Tank to figure out what he wants to do. And while that's happening, Shakur is in his right to not sit there and stand still and wait on Tank. He should move forward and do whatever it is, whether it's a Joseph Cordina, whether it's a William Zepeda, whether it's a Vasily Lomachenko, whatever's available. He should be allowed to do that, be active, get money, take care of his family, and also build up his market value.
Oh,
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So
All
with
right,
that being said, go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. Cause I'm about to actually go on my channel as well, man. I appreciate you guys bringing me on. You know what I'm saying? Great conversation, y'all. Y'all keep that shit flowing. I'll be back on here soon, man.
All right,
I appreciate you, Mark.
I'll be checking in.
Salute.
Salute to the OG, man.
Yes.
Mark is younger than me, but Mark's the OG. I always tell y'all the story that Mark's the reason why I'm up on, doing what I'm doing. I always tell y'all that because it's the truth. Y'all know the story, but you know what I'm saying? But Mark always gets that respect from me. You know what I mean? So happy to have him up here periodically, and he say what's up to the channel. But what was on your mind, Ray?
Oh yeah, so we're gonna keep the needle on Shakur a little bit. I'm glad you're answering all the questions; those were really great. So with the him Shakur taking the fight with Cardina, right? And everyone's complaining about him having a loss and being at 130. He's moving them up. Let's put ourselves in perspective and compare some other fights, because this now just drives the fans, not from Tank fans defending Tank or trying to force Shakur to do something. This now moves the needle to the PBC side, where they're saying that this can't happen. You know what I mean? Under Turki Al-Sheikh and Eddie Hearn, they're making these moves, et cetera, et cetera. Now we get to the point where if perhaps we got the fight with Fundora and Earl. Is Earl coming off a loss? That's number one. If we go back and we think of Fundora, how he won his belt, did Fundora come off a loss and get a championship shot? So why is it okay for those guys at the PBC to be allowed to do that, and no one's complaining or even mentioning these things in comparison, but they're able to mention it for Cardina coming into a fight with Shakur to move up and get a championship fight off a loss? Where's the that thin line there? How is it breaking, or how is it right?
Yeah, man. Listen, man. When we're speaking about what you're talking about right now, it sounds like we're talking about fans holding their fighter to different standards than outside fighters, right? They're not keeping it even across the board. I personally don't even get deep into those questions, because the reality is everybody's going to feel the way they feel. Everybody's going to support the way they think they should support. They feel like by moving that way, that is how you support your fighter. You know what I mean? You don't hold them accountable. You hold the other fighters accountable, but you don't hold your fighter accountable, because if you're a real fan, then why would you ever say anything negative or hold him accountable to something? You know what I'm saying? You're going to support him. So it's like, if I don't have something nice to say, I ain't going to say nothing at all. But look, at the end of the day, fighters, there's fights that you have as a fighter that are for activity, and there's fights that you have that are for legacy. There's also fights that you have for money, right? Fights that maybe aren't so competitive as you might think it should be, but fan bases come together, pay-per-views get sold, seats get filled in the stadium, and big checks get made for these fighters. Then you have other fights where, you know what, I got to stay busy. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I'm trying to make big fights, but at the same time, these fighters develop in the process of fighting, right? They work out in the gym, they get themselves together in a training camp, and you try to stay disciplined. But I mean, you just look at Devin Haney just for a quick in and out example, just to say, look what he's doing with his off time, right? Look what he's getting to in his off time. So idle hands become the devil's tool, right? Become the devil's tools, and it's important to stay busy and to stay active. I don't look into the whole entire, like you said, Errol Spence came off of a loss with Terrence Crawford. He's back into a title contention fight right now. It was going to be a unification fight if Terrence Crawford didn't do what he did, but he's going to be fighting for the WBC title. You see these fighters, and Lomachenko came off of a defeat. He went into a title shot. You know what I'm saying? It's not abnormal. You know what I'm saying, for these things to happen. The most important thing in this boxing space today, when you look at the whole boxing space, what you see is that these fighters are just not active enough. They really aren't. And when they get an opportunity to get active, they're going to do that. Shakur is looking at Joseph Cordina as, I don't care. He's at that place where I don't care. Jerome Boots Ennis is looking at Karen, whatever his last name is. I can't say his last name. He wants to just be active. He already said it before. I don't even care no more. He just can't afford to sit around for a year and fight one time in a year, or 16 months, whatever it is, he's only fighting once, you know what I'm saying? And with a bunch of fights canceling. After a while, activity becomes very important to these fighters. So look, I have no issues. I don't know if it's answering the question at all, but why do they do that? I have no idea. I'm not in the mind of these fans when they're thinking what they're thinking, but why is it okay? Is it a problem? Of course it's not a problem, because what else are they supposed to do? You know what I mean? He's trying to make a fight with William Zepeda in the Shakur Stevenson conversation. Zepeda is, look, I don't want to fight right now. Is he supposed to wait until Zepeda feels like doing it? No, he's going to fight whoever's available. Teofimo did the same thing when it came time to make the fight with Subriel. He tried to make a fight with Subriel. Subriel's like, wait for me till April. He's like, no, I'm not waiting till April. I want to fight in February, bro. I'll holler at you later. Let me fight, Jermaine Ortiz. I got to be active. You know what I'm saying? I got to be active. I'm trying to build my brand back up. I'm trying to get my market value up, and I'm getting cold, honestly. I'm out here going crazy in my crib, dealing with my crazy wife and my badass kids and my crazy father. I need to get in the ring. I need to be active, or what am I even doing this for? You know what I mean?
Yeah, great point. Great point. So I'm glad we're still here. I'm going to leave it at this topic a little bit, but I'm going to switch. I'm going to stay in 135.
Yeah,
leave it at the topic.
While you're there, just stay there for a second. Let me get at some of these.
Absolutely.
What's going on in the chat? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Rollo Green is super
Shout
active.
Out to Hoodrich.
He dropped in Hoodrich in the building. Shout out to Sean in the building. You know what I mean? Shout out to Sonny Augustine. Obviously, let's see what Rollo got to say here. Rollo, what you talking about, man? I know Rollo don't like it when we have these conversations about Shakur. He wants Shakur to go knock on Tank's door and slap whoever answers the door and say, "Fight me or you soft, bro. You not a man. You fight me or you not a man." Let's see. Rollo Green says it's time to stop saying it will happen when Tank says it will. I know you don't like hearing that. First it was Loma, then Devin, now Shakur. It's never going to happen until we call this man what he really is, a duck. Man, look, Rollo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I understand, first of all, where you're coming from. I do. I get it. I get the frustration. As fans, we want to see these fights happen. And, in all honesty, in my opinion, the fans in boxing have lost a lot of credibility with the boxers because the fans have become very casual. They don't really care. They're you know what I'm saying? They're easy to please. And at the same time, there ain't no pleasing them, right? So you're going to see Tank fight when he feels like fighting who he feels like fighting when he feels like fighting him. That's just part of the conversation. And as a fighter like Shakur Stevenson or Lomachenko or anybody who's ever been interested in getting into a big money legacy fight with Tank Davis, after a while, you just start to understand the way the man works and you start to work with the reality of the situation and start to find your opportunities outside of the fight with him. You don't sit there and chase him around, calling him out on social media, knocking at his door, calling him a duck. It don't make no difference. It's nothing productive coming out of that type of situation. The best thing you can do is stay active. You know what I mean? Stay active and keep it moving. Keep it moving. Work as if he's not there until he makes himself available, and then you can deal with him at that point on a very real level. But outside of that, I don't see where they're going to get calling him out. Like Mark said a little bit earlier, Shakur's not the first person to go through this. He won't be the last. Plenty of people have tried to hold. Ryan Garcia, I was shocked that he got the fight. You know what I mean? Because he was asking for that fight for so long that Ryan ultimately had to deplete himself, cut himself down to 136, sign a rehydration clause and everything for him to get that fight. I'll say that's the only person I've ever seen really calling out Tank that got the fight. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Rolly, if you want to use him. So, you know what I mean? So I don't know. Let's see here. Let me see. Roscott said Isak Cruz. Let me put it up here. Isak Cruz, Gamboa, Hugo Ruiz, Rolly, Garcia, Santa Cruz, Pitbull Cruz, Frank Martin. Tank resume is stacked with grades. All right, Roscott. I hear you, brother. Sonny Augustine said Tank was down in that fight versus Frank until the stoppage. I didn't see those boxing fans mentioning anything about that. That Bud didn't get the benefit of the doubt from these fake boxing fans. I hear you, Sonny. Salute legacy over currency. Salute King. Salute battle boxing in the building. Salute fire frequency. If I ain't say nothing to you earlier, bro. You know what I mean? No doubt. Roscott said Garcia got the fight because he's a bum and Tank drained him to make it even easier. Yeah, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? There's you just start to understand how these fighters think. And, well, not just us as fans, but people like Shakur Stevenson understand what it is when you're dealing with Tank. And he's not going to waste his time making every single opportunity he has on Twitter, getting in front of a camera, beg Tank or scrutinize Tank for not fighting him. He's going to say what he has to say, get it off his chest, and he's going to move on to these other opportunities. He's in a great space right now where he doesn't, honestly, he doesn't need to fight Tank right now. Sorry. I know guys don't want to hear it, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? The longer Tank waits to fight Shakur, the better Shakur is going to get, because he has a team behind him now that's making him a money fight. He has a championship belt. He's going to get fights. He's going to stay active. He's going to move around the world. He's going to keep adding to his brand, to his name. And when they finally do put the fight together, it's just going to make the fight that much bigger. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, cool. Ray. Yeah.
Great, yeah. So since we're on Tank, let's stay there. With Tank coming up, about to make his announcement. We're anticipating for the big day. Do we see him possibly fighting with the fighters from PBC, possibly a De Los Santos, possibly, which I believe it's going to be Chris Colbert, because we heard that Rio's taking himself out the picture, said he just fought, he's not fighting in November, forget about it. And Pitbull just lost the bag, so it's possibly he could still be in the mix if there's no one else out there to fight. Do we see the fan base? And I'm not talking about you. I'm also asking our fans here in the chat. In general. I mean, you could generally speak on it. Do we see this fan base defending all these opportunities of all these guys coming off losses and Tank fighting one of these guys and not catching the same situation as Shakur? That's why I said it's going to tackle the same question. You kind of answered it, but you can elaborate if you want.
Right. I mean, look, as far as for me, what I'm hearing is what's Tank getting ready to do? What makes sense for Tank? That's what I hear. I don't know what he's going. I don't know if Tank knows what he's going to do. I think he's really going to have to take into consideration. I think Tank is entering another chapter in his career, and this chapter in his career is called "I Want to Fight Somebody." Right? That's what this chapter is called. This chapter is called "I Want to Fight Somebody." Right? So what that means is there's a difference when you're the guy who's not calling out anybody, right? When you're the guy who is just letting your matchmakers make the fight, you're a big bag opportunity for all the fighters, right? But there's something about once you decided that you want to fight, and I'm going to use an example that I use a lot in this conversation. That's the Errol Spence situation. When Errol Spence decided and said he wanted to fight Terrence Crawford, at that point, he gave Terrence Crawford some leverage in the conversation. He didn't make Terrence Crawford the A side necessarily, but he wasn't just going to be able to tell Terrence Crawford what he's going to give him and Terrence Crawford going to have to take it. No, you need me just as much as I need you. You want something that I have clearly. You've put me on this list, and you say that this is the list that you need to get accomplished before you leave the boxing space. So you're going to talk to me the right way. Lomachenko had to show Tank a little bit, respectfully. Loma had to show him, like, no, it's not just one way. I heard your offer. Here's my counter offer. Or we're going to negotiate and we're going to make this work for both of us. I'm not saying I'm going to be the A side. You're probably going to be the A side because you are who you are. But I'm not just going to take whatever you have to give me. So Tank is now getting into a chapter in his career where I believe with some of these fighters, the Shakur Stevenses, the Lomachenkos, he's going to have to be a little bit more willing to concede a little bit, give a little bit more than he planned on giving properly in order to get the fights that he wants to get, especially with a Turki Al-Sheikh in the conversation now. Why? Because Turki has an ability to get these to pay these fighters to fight other people. Turki can pay to get the Zepeda to fight. That's a good fight for Turki. Turki will pay, Shakur maybe a guaranteed of anywhere from $3 to $5 million guaranteed and let him get some of the points on the pay-per-view. He'll give him a good deal. So if your thought process was to give Shakur Stevenson $2 million, $3 million, or $500,000 above what he normally gets, it might not work now because Shakur Stevenson's market value wasn't based necessarily on how good he was. It was based on the way Bob Arum and them developed him, and they kind of hurt his market value by putting him against a De Los Santos, by not giving him an Emmanuel Navarrete fight like he wanted, by not putting him in a ring with a William Zepeda when he wanted to fight him, by not giving him those stylistically favorable fights that were going to show you the best versions of Shakur Stevenson. Now he's in a position now where he's like, look, Tank, if you feel like I'm only worth $2 million, that's fine. We're not going to do that fight now. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to go get $3, $4, $5 million guaranteed. And I'm going to go over here, make my money, and then I'm going to have great performances, or I'll give myself an opportunity to have a great performance. I'm going to build my market value up. And when we come back to the table, you're going to just have to talk to me different. We might have to get Turki involved in the conversation. We might have to do a couple of different things, but it's not going to be as easy as it used to be, in my opinion, with Tank, when he was just able to send out the offer and you either going to take it or he's going to move on. Because the question is going to come, move on to what? Right? You're going to move on. What are you going to move on to? Are you going to go up to 140 and compete up there? Are you going to fight somebody you already fought? Who are you going to fight? You're going to fight Abdullah Mason? You're going to fight Floyd Schofield? What you going to do? You know what I'm saying? You're going to fight Keyshawn? I mean, now he has to start thinking about these things because Tank has given himself a to-do list. And once you have that to-do list, it just brings that element to the game to where it's not just a lay-down situation, you know, and he's just getting a little taste of it right now. And his fan base is getting a little taste of it right now. They're feeling some kind of way as well. Like, what? You moving out the way? Yeah, there's things they can do. They don't have to just move to the beat of one drum with a Turki a la Sheik in the conversation, because there are opportunities now with Turki in the game. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna follow that up with something else I want to ask you because it's gonna be funny. But while we're here, we got 34 people in the building. If you're in here, please hit the like button, support the channel, subscribe if you haven't, and please hit that icon for the bell and let the notifications ring when we up. So the follow-up question is, this is great. If it ain't, we obviously know Shakur is going to be tied up. Does Loma now have Tank bending the knee for the fight because the fans want to see a great fight with Tank? They don't want to see Chris Colbert. They don't want to see De Los Santos, maybe, and they don't want to see anybody else that's coming off a loss. Does he bend the knee now to Lomachenko and pay him?
Listen, it all depends on how Tank looks at the situation. If Tank sees it as a necessity, beauty is always in the eye of the beholder. If you want that painting on the wall, that painting becomes valuable. If that painting means nothing to you, then that painting is worth pennies to you. If I really want that painting in my living room, my price point, I'm going to be way more flexible with how much I'm willing to pay to get that painting that I must have. So if Lomachenko is an available fight right now, if Shakur Stevenson's able to put something together with the Joseph Cordina and that becomes his priority and what he's focused on, if Lomachenko's still free because he really was the one that was available but kind of pulled out of negotiation, and if Tank doesn't want to take a De Los Santos or tune-up fight, if he wants to make these next 6 fights that he has on his contract all valuable, if he wants to do that and he sees Lomachenko as his last resort to getting that accomplished, then yeah, I wouldn't say bend the knee. You know what I mean? That's not the word I would use to describe the situation, but I would definitely say, listen, man, you have to be open to negotiate. You have to be open to make Lomachenko whole as well, not just you. Yes, you bring the A-side privileges to the table. Yes, you are who you are, but if Lomachenko's a fight you're trying to put together, clearly Lomachenko's smart enough to understand I'm not just going to take anything you got to offer, because he has, from his perspective, he has nothing to lose. He doesn't need to fight Tank for his legacy. He doesn't feel that way about it. Now, the fans can feel that way and be like, BS, 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 but it doesn't matter. There's 2 people involved, 2 teams involved in this negotiation. And if Tank has made it important for him, then that gives Loma the leverage to I don't want to say bend the knee, but I will say to open up the conversation in a, what can you do for me? What can I do for you? Not just you doing something for me and you doing me a favor. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. And it's reasonable to say that, you know, Tank would have to concede some points to Lomachenko to convince him and give him that vested interest he needs to change his mind in the situation and give him the fight.
Good points. Okay. All right, seems like we good there. Let's move out of 135 because we just attacked that division. Let's move into the fight from this weekend. I think last week we
wait, hold on. Bear with me. TY says he doesn't agree. He says Loma ain't say nothing about no money or offers. He said he's not fighting. TY, we don't know what Loma's been talking about. You know, this is a negotiation between Loma and Tank. You know, guys, we have to get used to and understand that and acknowledge that we don't have seats at the table. We're not at the table with these negotiations, and we're not going to get information as if we're at the table. You don't know why Lomachenko didn't fight Tank. You just know what they told you. He want to spend time with his kids. He don't want to fight till next year. That's what they told you. But you don't know ultimately what drove that man to go from I'm going to fight, I'm in the city to negotiate a fight, then by the end of that negotiation, walk away from the table and say, you know what? I'm decided I'm not going to fight. You don't know? I don't know. I'm not saying it's money. But the question was, will Tank have to concede some points or concede to some things to convince Lomachenko to fight if there's nobody else that Tank wants to fight?
Right.
I would say yes. If Tank has decided there's nobody else I want to fight but Lomachenko, that's the most important fight in front of me right now, because the other fights I want to get involved with are either tied up or it's not my time schedule when I want to fight them. Then yeah, he's going to have to start using his mind. His team is going to have to start using what they have to incentivize Lomachenko to take that fight. So it's not unreasonable to say that the negotiations at the table will be different than if Tank didn't care about having a fight at all and didn't make no difference. I hope that makes sense. Okay, stop saying points if we don't know if it's about bread, my guy. TY. Okay. I want to be clear with you, right? What are points? Points are things that Tank Davis has on his side of the table that Lomachenko is interested in having, right? So if I come to the table with 5 marbles and Lomachenko's interested in those marbles I have, I don't want to give him all my marbles. When I first come to the table, I'll be like, listen, you're going to get 1 marble. And Lomachenko goes, that's not really doing it for me. I might have to consider giving Loma another one of the marbles to convince him to fight if I really want him to fight. The points doesn't have to necessarily be money only. What I'm saying is, for the first time in a long time, Tank may have to take into consideration what the fighter across the table wants as well, and start to make decisions as to how much he's willing to give so he can take. Right. It's not just money. It's the whole conversation. It's a negotiation happening at the table. It could be money. It could be who goes out to the ring first. It could be points, right? It could be ring size. You know what I'm saying? It could be weight. You know what I'm saying? It could be all kinds of things that come to the table in a negotiation. Points is just a simple way to say he may have to give something up more than he planned on giving in order to get a fight that he really wants. That's all it means. Go ahead, Ray.
No, I was going to say it could also be location, so we don't know what it could be.
All types of things.
Right.
Salute to Bradley, 9 fingers in the building.
And I mean, that was good. That was good rebuttal, TY. I understand where you're coming from, but that wasn't the question. But thank you, though. Thank you for touching that conversation. You're giving us your point on that. Speaking of points, right? So we had a fight this weekend, and I'm not talking about the Russian Mike Tyson, even though that was a bad fight. We can touch on that later. But I'm talking about my brother right here, Mr. Mbili and Dermachenko. What did we see in this fight? Because a lot of people feel that, what you see in the fight, the last fight that you put out there, is how you look always. And I think I've seen Mbili look better in those fights, but I think he fought a dog this weekend, and it showed. A veteran that had skills and never gives up, never been knocked out. And Billy being a KO artist a little bit, I think it's like 80-90% KO ratio. He didn't get the job done, and people are questioning his ability for going the distance. Do you think that fight was mediocre? And does it put him in a conversation for Canelo?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dermachenko.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, listen, man. Great fight, right? But we have to factor in a few things. Now, obviously, Christian Mbili is one of the up-and-coming guys in 168. Now more than ever that David Morrell and David Benavidez have made their way out the division. Any one of them could come back whenever they feel like it, whenever the proper opportunity shows up. They can cut the weight and come back down. But right now, just to be, speaking on it on an even playing field and just what we see aesthetically from the surface level, David Benavidez and David Morrell have gone up to another division and acquired themselves titles in that division and put themselves in the conversation for unification, undisputed, all kinds of great conversations at 175. So they're not at 168 right now. Now that that's happened, people like Jaime Munguia, people like Berlanga, people like Christian Mbili, these guys are going to get opportunities to make some statements. And I think Saturday night's fight was an opportunity for Christian Mbili to do that. Did Christian Mbili make the statement? Well, look, man, he won the fight for sure. It was a 12-round fight against a very highly level skilled Ukrainian fighter. You know how those Eastern Europeans are. Dermachenko did hurt his bicep, so he was one-armed about a little over halfway through the fight, he was a one-arm bandit in there, and Christian Mbili, arguably, for whatever it's worth, wasn't able to put a one-arm man away. Now, the skill set is there for Derevyanchenko, so we're going to give him the credit and give Christian Mbili the credit of even, lasting and winning his fight. He did what he was supposed to do as far as winning is concerned. Did he give a performance to make him that guy at 168? No. But he didn't give a horrible performance, so he gave the kind of performances to where he's a great dancing partner, to where, for me personally, I'd love to see him in a ring with a Jaime Munguia, right? I'd love to see what that looks like with a Jaime Munguia in the ring with him. Both those guys are, come forward fighters. I think personally, Jaime Munguia would handle him. I think that punch output and the pace of the fight, I think Christian Mbili's conditioning would be tested in a way that hasn't been tested in a while. He did get it tested a little bit in the fight he had before this Derevyanchenko fight, but I think Jaime Munguia just brings that different level. He punches in bunches. He's constantly moving. He's constantly coming with that offense. I think I would go with Jaime Munguia, but I think it would be a great fight. So he earned himself as must-see boxing at 168, in my opinion. Christian Mbili is in a fight. If you want to see an action-packed fight, if Jaime Munguia wants to see a fight, give a fight that the fans are going to love, he's going to naturally look into Christian Mbili's direction, I think. So I think he earned some respect, but I don't think he made the statement that I think he was looking to make. And that's credit to Derevyanchenko, right? That's credit to him and his skills and his ability to not get finished, even with one arm in that ring. Some people will arguably use that to discredit Christian Mbili skill set, to say, like, listen, this was a one-arm guy in front of you. You weren't even able to sit him on his pockets. You had him on some shaky legs sometimes, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? But Christian Mbili must see boxing at 168. Definitely a great dancing partner for all the best guys at 168. Is he the guy at 168 because of that fight? No, he's not the guy.
Okay, cool. All right, so now one more question before we I guess go into freestyle mode. We hit Freestyle Mondays. Right. Turki Al-Sheikh has been catching backlash for over the last 3 weeks. I would say maybe a week before that, before the fight happened, maybe even a month. With Terrence. Now that he is considering and opened up more negotiations with Canelo and talked to the PBC on their side, he has an understanding of how it works over there on their side of the fence. Does he show signs of being, because the reason why the bit in the knee came is because this is what I've heard fans of the PBC and across the streeters, I call them, say. He's been the knee to the PBC, which I don't think he has, or actually Canelo, not even the PBC, to Canelo. But in negotiations with them, he's had fighters from the PBC on his chat before. I mean, in his chat, and his I'm reading the chat at the same time. He had fighters in his ring before from the PBC, and they fought under his cards. So that shows that he's been working with them. Now, behind the scenes, that it's been announced that they will be doing business together. Does that now show that he worked with them in a good, positive way, as we know it has? He's just been working like he did with all the other promotional companies, and he's just getting good things going and had a good business conversation? Or did the PBC decided to say that we're the bosses on this side of the corner, and you're going to have to go by what we say, or you'll get nobody? What do you think?
Listen, I think when we're talking about money, feelings really don't have any place in there. Turki said something very significant last week when Canelo complimented him, but at the end of that compliment, it took shots at the way he does business, right? And Turki said, I appreciate that you think I'm a great guy, but I really don't care if you like me or you don't like me, right? He made it very clear that the business was the most important thing, and you complimenting me of me being a nice person doesn't negate you insulting me on the merit of what I walked into this room on, which is doing good business. Business is important. Money is important in boxing. These fighters are prize fighters. These promoters are in this business to make money, make as much money as they can. You can't tell me that somebody like Turki Al-Sheikh, who's controlling such a huge budget, anybody and everybody who's interested in making money has to have an open door policy to conversate with this man and see what is on that side of the fence that makes their side of the fence greener. It's not far-fetched that him and that Turki was been negotiating with the PBC. We won't turn our eye to the idea and understanding that David Morrell, Isaac Cruz, Raul Venezuela, these guys were PBC fighters and they were all on Turki's last card. We're not going to act like PBC didn't have representation at that event. And we're not going to act like Turki hasn't up front already made statements in the past, early in his mission to come over into America, reaching out to Al Heyman, using all platforms to send messages out to Al Heyman, let him know that he was open to do business and he wanted to do business with him. Al Heyman is in the business to make money. So yes, they've been having conversations forever, without a doubt. And the fan base has been trying to pin PBC up against Turki Al-Sheikh to make it look like one was trying to negate the other. Oh, now Turki's freezing out certain fighters or freezing out certain promotional companies where that couldn't be further from the truth. You're saying that while David Morrell is earning a WBA regular title at 175 on a Turki card, on a Riyadh season card. You're saying that while Raul Venezuela is upsetting Isaac Cruz and becoming a WBA champion at 140 pounds. You're saying all these things at the same exact time while we can see with our eyes that the PBC is working and in negotiations with Turki Al-Sheikh. So when Turki finally came out and said that he just had a long conversation with the controlling powers at the PBC and that he was very optimistic and positive about the way that conversation went, it made sense to me. You could see it coming from a mile away unless you just want to be blind and just want to be stubborn and hard-headed about it. What's going to be interesting for me to see is how all of the fan base that's been speaking, and listen, the fan base of the PBC, the fan base of Tank Davis, let's just say fans in general, have a bad habit that I would hope that at the end of this, because I do believe at the end of this, what you're going to find is that Turki Al-Sheikh is going to be involved with a lot of PBC business and vice versa. You're going to see more fights. You're going to see more activity coming out of those fighters over there under that PBC banner and Tom Brown. You're going to see way more activity, and you're going to like boxing more than you like it today, believe it or not. But at that point, are we going to start hearing those same fans who are holding Turki Al-Sheikh accountable for human rights issues with the Saudi Arabian government, for sports washing allegations, for bad for boxing allegations that they were giving him? How receptive are you guys going to be in it when you're seeing your favorite fighters, when you see the PBC working with him? Are you guys going to change your tune all of a sudden and all of a sudden become fans of Turki Al-Sheikh and what he brings to the table? It's going to be interesting to see that develop, because you guys have been making some pretty harsh, hard statements trying to discredit this man's intentions, and the guys who you're fanboying, right, the guys who you're meat riding, you know what I'm saying, are in the background negotiating with these guys, not listening to you guys, because you guys can't see with your eyes, you can't hear with your ears, you do all of the above with your feelings in your heart and what you think a fan is supposed to do. Turki's definitely been negotiating. He's going to continue to negotiate. More than likely, I see PBC and Turki Al-Sheikh coming to an understanding the same way he's come to an understanding with Golden Boy, with Top Rank, with Matchroom, with Queensberry, the same way. Why? Because he's offering opportunity and he's bringing money to the table. And this is a business first. It's always business. Shout out to the thumbnail.
Wow. Okay, with that being said, I don't want to touch on any carnival situations because we already know where that's going to go, and that's going to open up a whole can of worms. But we could talk about it when we open up the panel. You know, that's not really boxing to me. Yes, it involves a boxer and things of that nature, but I mean, if you want to lightly touch on it, you're more than likely. It's your show. You do what you want to do, but it's no interest to me, and I think too many people already speculated and put out their information on it, and we all know what's going on, so it's need to talk about who couldn't get on the Ferris wheel and whatever's going on there. What's up, round one? How you doing, Edwin?
What's good, Edwin? What's good, family?
So, I mean, that's all the questions I had, man. I think there was some great answers. I think it was a great talk. Thanks to Mazuma for coming up. You know what I mean? Shout out. If you guys don't know who he is, please go check him out when you get a chance. Good dude over there. But The link is here. Hop up here. Let's hear what you got to say. Let's answer some questions.
Yeah, no doubt,
Or
man.
we can get Rosclaw and Legacy over Currency up here, and they can go at it, and we get a countdown going. Round 1, 2, and 3.
No doubt. Let me do this right quick. I didn't do this. Save. The problem. Let me see. Sonny Augustine says the problem with these fake boxing fans is they don't like that Bud is rolling with Bud. Yeah. Let me see here. Okay, everybody's having a count. You know what I wanted to tap into a little bit? I'm not gonna lie to you. This whole entire Terrence Crawford and Turki Al-Sheikh and Terrence Crawford once again doing bad business and Turki Al-Sheikh having to find out the hard way that Bud doesn't do good business, and Bud basically telling Turki that his interest is in Canelo Alvarez and he's not interested in anything else, right? Listen, man. At the end of the day, when it comes to that conversation with Bud, first of all, Bud's track record with business.
Before you
I don't care.
Can I just touch on one thing? Because I know
sure.
But let me just say this real quick. So it's funny that the same people are saying this, but when Turki wanted to have the Canelo fight, he asked for 200 million and 150 million. It was okay for him to just speak on what he wants and how he wants to pursue things.
Right.
I don't have to do what you want unless I get paid what I want. So if it's another fighter that's not up to their standards or their liking, now he's bad for business to that person.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to have his way. You know what I mean? He wants only what he wants. So there's a lot of hypocrisy there. That's crazy how that works.
Yeah. Let me bring up Edwin. Salute. Round 1 in the building.
How you doing? How you guys doing tonight?
Late reaction on that bomb right there. How you doing tonight, man?
Man, I'm doing all right, man. Just sitting here listening to you guys chop up, talk about boxing and some of the business aspects that go behind the scenes and everything. And I just wanted to join in and touch upon that, man, because I think you're saying a lot of good things. And there's a lot of egos here in the sport clashing. There's a lot of egos. You got to understand when you have men that lace up the gloves, and you have another man that's coming speaking business that doesn't know what it's like to go in there and take punches to their face. The man that's in the ring feels a certain kind of, he feels like he knows more, or, he feels more entitled, and then the businessman, Turki Al-Sheikh, he's the type of man that, I say this jokingly, he doesn't hear the word no much. It just you don't say no. You just say yes.
It's an adjustment, right? Like it's an adjustment.
Right,
he has to get used to.
So a hostile takeover in any sport, people can look at it like that. A man trying to clean up the sport or make it better. Others can view it in that light. Some people might be offended because of what or the type of treatment they received in the sport of boxing. Saul Canelo Alvarez being one of the fighters that it seems like the veil is being pulled. They stripped him of the title, the IBF. And slowly but surely, boxing is starting to, and with all these opponents that he's picking, Turki Al-Sheikh really wants to change the game. We spoke about this. I thought he should go for the sanctioning bodies, go for the belts. But not everybody was going to be in an agreement. Not everybody business sense, was willing to fork over everything they were trying to build, in a sense. So, I think that a lot of egos started to clash. I think that he was able to secure some big pieces early. I also see that some of these pieces are now, it's causing a ripple, because as you can see what's going on with Oscar and Bernard now, they're going at it because they don't believe in the same ideas now too. And Oscar, listen, you can say what you want about Oscar. People can say whatever they want, but I can see when Oscar's even looking at his fighter, like you could see him at press conference behind the guy, like, yeah, like, come on, guys, like, why don't you fight him? Why don't you fight him? Like, Oscar was that dude, and I gotta give it to him. He took the tough fights. He went in there and and fought. And he even fought all the way up into he's like 48 and shit. Like, so the man was like doing things like in the ring, and he doesn't understand the Victor Ortiz's of the world and the Sauls. Why don't you guys just make these fights? And then here comes Turkey, and that really throws a monkey wrench into the equation, which now it's starting to spill over in the business aspect where Saul Canelo Alvarez is scheduled to fight September 14th against Edgar Berlanga. And that same night, the UFC is going to kick off the Spear. Who's hosting the Spear back in the UFC? Prince
Turkey.
Turkey.
Right.
So he's going to put first his best foot forward as an event, as a spectacle. That's the first time that place is open up the Spear. They put money into that thing. It's a big night. And when you got in his last show, people went in cars, $70,000 electric cars in the third row. We see that with our eyes. Not nobody sitting in the front row where you thought it was a gimme. They picked somebody in the bleachers. I saw that. They picked a nosebleed person. So it shows that his events are big with the Spear, the UFC, the magnitude of the night. Saul's in trouble. And this is all a pissing contest because you want to piss off one of the biggest guys in the game that is actually trying to get everybody to work with each other. But it's not as easy as it seems because you got to remember, look, when I was on the other side of the street and it was time to give up everything I had to give up to come on this side, it wasn't easy. There were certain luxuries I was accustomed to. There's a certain things when I walked down the street, people gave me certain things for free. I ate certain places every day at the same place. Then you asked me to change and come up here and live next to chickens. My neighbor got a cow, so forth and so forth. Change ain't always, everybody doesn't adapt to change. Some of these fighters were living a certain way, and it wasn't always on an up and up boxing field.
Salute Thomas Hill.
There's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes. So Turkey Al-Sheikh making everything fair, pulling the veil, saying you fight him, you fight him. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. Look at what he's doing with Terrence Crawford. Everything that's coming about. And, look, change was different for all of us. When Showtime left boxing, that was change. HBO left, that was change. And all of a sudden, the Zone, Matchroom, I was like, who the hell are these guys? They were all speaking European and everything. Change was different when it started to happen.
Yeah.
Now that
hold on one second, Edwin, not to cut you off. Ramon L. Villamonte, salute, King. Let me see. He says, but they lose money, big money. The Turkey cannot afford to lose an event like that. Ramon, right? Salute to you. I never really seen you in here before. I hope you subscribe. We don't know what he can afford to lose. The resources that Turkey out, and I say resources that he has access to because Turkey is not a prince. He's not going into his pocket and spending his money. This is actually a coordinated effort with Saudi Arabia, with the real prince of Saudi Arabia and the king of Saudi Arabia to bring light to Saudi Arabia in Riyadh season, right? This is an allocated budget in a well thought out campaign to do what they're doing. We're talking about a country, one of the richest countries in the world, super rich in oil, who is purposely looking to hedge money that they made with oil and trying to get a large percentage of that money to be coming from sports. So they've allocated a large amount of money. I think an amount of money that may not be fathomable, that you guys may not be able to wrap your mind around as to what they're willing to spend. So if I'm looking to build up a community, right? Let's say I go and I'm buying up real estate in a certain area that's run down, right? You might see me spend absorbent amount of money to make my situation better because I'm looking at the long run. I'm looking at 5 to 10 years down the line of that Walmart that I'm bringing into the community, then the movie theater, then the theme park, then the big hotel, then the, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna clean up the streets. I got to get the crackheads out of there. I got to get all the vacant houses torn down and ripped down and build up new. You're going to look at somebody, and if you want me to give an example of where this happened at, look at the Fort Greene area in Brooklyn, right? Of how it went from an area that was kind of hood into the Barclays Center, and property over there went from $400, $500, $350,000 brownstones to $2 million, $3 million brownstones, right? That happened over time. That wasn't by accident. That was by design. So when you look at a Turki Al-Sheikh coming in right now and spending a large amount of money on one event, and then from your eyes, you're seeing it as a loss, and you're like, he can't afford that. You're really not processing the idea of where he's coming from. You guys, to give y'all some information, and I almost feel like pulling it up, this man's a graduate from Stanford Business School, right? From Stanford, one of the best business schools in the country. He is not a dull pencil. Very sharp guy who was put in position by the prince and the king of Saudi Arabia. He's not related to the royal family. He's not a prince. He's not in there because of nepotism or because he's a cousin, or we got to find somewhere to stick him, kind of like that movie with Robert De Niro, Casino, where I was like, yo, you just got to put my nephew in there somewhere. He's not over here messing up slot machines, brother. He's over here making real moves with big results expected down the road. So him not being us to sit here comfortably and be like, he can't afford to do that again. That's like seeing somebody go in a Gucci store and saying he can't spend $50,000 in here. He's in the Gucci store. It's not far-fetched that he's going to spend $50,000 at all. You can't fathom it because you going up in there about to spend $750 to $1,200 under your budget. You don't see him getting ready to do what he's about to do, which means nothing to him. He's going to spend that money in that store, wear all that clothes for one night, and he's never going to wear it again because he doesn't want to look broke by wearing it again. He's going to spend that $50K for one night. We can't count that man's pockets at the end of the day. You just can't do it. You just have to understand that he has a reason that he's doing what he's doing.
Right. And hold on real quick, Edwin, and I just want to tap in on that too. So if he does go in that Gucci store, spend $50,000 on
Salute, Bayani.
There's no point that he may not just go outside and just throw the clothes out in the street and be like, yo, here, y'all take this. I don't even like it no more. And go get something else at was it Balinga or whatever?
Balenciaga.
That too.
Yo, check this out.
But I'm just saying, it's just crazy. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, hold on. So, you know what I mean? We really got to stop looking at the value of what these guys did. And the money and the talks are coming back about the fights and all that and the revenue. It did do okay. So why are we really like jumping down people's throat? Pause. Jumping down Turkey's, I ain't gonna say jumping down anything. Pause again. Why are we really getting at Turkey for what he's trying to do for the sport? Again, we're in comparison to other promotional companies or entities, and we're trying to make a comparison to a guy who's getting into the game and trying to do something for his country and bring a wider span to sports, regardless of it just being boxing. It's not just boxing. It's multiple sports. You guys got to open up your eyes and see other things other than boxing. Yes, we talk about boxing all the time, but this guy has tapped into other sources, and we're going to see. You know what I mean? So just sit back and watch. If it don't work out, then you know what? I'll eat the crow in the humble pie. Like,
well, I'm not going to even eat no. If it don't work out, that's his business. I ain't got no humble pie to eat. Go ahead.
Because I've made a prediction. I said I think just sit back and watch. That's what I said.
Check this out, right? Look, to my man's question. You two brought some interesting points, and I wanted to bring this up. Once upon a time, there was a man named by the name of Dana White, and he bought the UFC. When he bought the UFC, him and the Fertilli brothers there, they went in $44 million in debt. With every fight, they never turned a profit. They kept going in debt, but they kept betting on something they believed in. Now look at where the UFC is. Meaning sometimes you're going to go into business and they know they're going to put money into the event. They're not expecting a return right now. They're trying to start something. This is the start of something. It's going to take a little bit of while for you're going to start seeing your return, but that's when he's going to have more control. He's going to have more control of the players, and he's going to have more control of who fights who. Then you guys are gonna come out of your houses to tune in to watch these fights. Then he's gonna turn something. But you gotta also understand that sometimes people come into sports not only for a business. He doesn't need money. The Prince don't need money. You gotta understand. Some of these guys are like warriors out there, and they love this boxing shit. They come from a country. We know what they be doing out there, so it's probably in their blood. And them enjoying to seeing the best overfight the best, they probably sit back and be like, yeah, this is what we paid for. It might not be about turning $1 to them.
Not right now.
You know what I'm
not
saying?
right now. Maybe later, right? Maybe in a few years, they'll be like, let me start making a profit. But right now, at this moment, making the profit isn't what he's thinking about. He's look at it like this. Look at it like this, right? Somebody gives you $1 million to open up a business, right? And they tell you, I want you to spend every bit of this money on making this business big. Your priority is going to become, how am I going to spend this money? Pause. Yeah. How am I going to spend this money, right? People are looking at you like you crazy, but they don't know you didn't plan on leaving with this money. I had a friend of mine who used to say, whatever money, we used to go to the strip club when I used to live in Atlanta, right? And he used to bring a crazy bag into the strip club, right? And he used to be like, towards the end of the night, we were about to leave, and he'd pull out, let's say he had like $4 grand, $5 grand left out of all the money. He'd be like, give this money out to these females, man. What are you doing? I didn't plan on leaving with this money. What am I gonna do with this money, bro? I came into this club to let this money fly, bro. And we about to leave in 20 minutes. Hurry up and get this money up out of here so I can leave. That was his game plan. Trust me when I tell you guys, that $5 grand meant nothing to him. If the money he brought in meant nothing with him, he came in ready to spend that money. Now, people from the outside looking in like, well, he's wasting money. Boy, he crazy. Y'all not in it. He got bigger plates. He got bigger things to do.
What they said about Ed Hearns when he blew that first $1 billion, and everybody said he was going to be fired. Now look at him. Yeah. Now look where he's at. Remember when Ed Hearns blew that first $1 billion? The rumors were flying. Ed Hearns blew $1 billion. He's the biggest fuck up in boxing. Blah, blah, blah. He spent. Now look where he at.
Yeah.
He on top.
He came in with a game plan. He came in with a game plan. Crazy that what happened to BBC channel, Instagram, Showtime. Yeah, man. Exactly, Ray. I see what you just sent to me. Yeah, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, we got to stop counting these guys' pockets, and we got to stop acting like we're multi-billion-dollar businessmen. We got to stop acting like we know what we're talking about and getting all confident of dictating what's profitable, what's not profitable, what's sustainable, what's not sustainable. We're boxing fans, bro. Let's enjoy these fights. If Turkey wants to mess his bag up and this turns out to be the stupidest thing he did, that's on him. But as boxing fans, I don't care if he messes it up. You could try to throw this in my face 3 years down the line. If this turns out to be a good idea, you can't take back none of those fights I saw. None of those experiences I had. I lose nothing. You're not throwing nothing in my face. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the fights.
But check it out, right? If you think about the landscape, right? Just before Turkey Ali Sheep and all of them came in, we just started losing players. We lost Showtime. There was players checking out. Boxing was threatened. We didn't have no more Friday night fights. None of them. All that stuff is slowly coming back. Why do you think? Because of ripple effects of what they see that people are now investing because they see money's here. And they're trying to join the ripple too to bring back the sport and elevate it. How could you criticize this man for coming in and legitimately giving us two of the biggest fight cards we have never witnessed? When you could take individual fights on that, Isa Pipo Cruz and Jose Valenzuela could have headlined by themselves somewhere else. There were a couple. Andy Cruz, the Destroyer, could have did the same. There was a lot. And look, for someone coming in trying to change the game and calling boxing's bluff, do you guys really want to fight the best? That's what he's doing. He said, then I'll pay you to do it. And now these guys are like, well, I can't talk because I got a fight scheduled. I got what you mean?
No doubt, Ramon.
$100 million life-changing money.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. So, salute the Dr. Boxing Talk in the building, y'all. I don't know if y'all ever go to his channel, but real insolent. This dude's actually a real doctor, by the way. Like he's a straight up real doctor, and he opened up a boxing channel. That's kind of hilarious. But super
That's
articulate.
my man.
A
That's
super
my
articulate.
man, boxing.
Yeah, man. Super articulate, real smart guy. I enjoy going to his channel and just listening to I like the unbiased. I like articulate people, man. I like people who search in their minds for the best way to communicate things, and also very educated when it comes to PD usage and the science of what's going on as far as the laboratory, the testing. Very intelligent guy, man. I went to his show a little bit earlier today. I'm glad to see you in the chat, brother. Let's see here.
Well, go ahead. You can continue. I was just going to touch in on something, but we can move on from this.
No, we ain't going to move on. I'm just going to shout out Rollo Green said, I'm rooting for Edgar. We can get into that conversation, Edgar, the Edgar Berlanga Canelo situation. And also, I want to get into the Canelo Turki situation. People are really trying to paint. We can get into that conversation because I want you to get into what you was going to get into, Ray. But after you're done. I want to get.
I was just gonna crack some bones, but I'm good. I'm not gonna.
Okay, so then we can get into Canelo and Turki meeting back up at the table, right?
Fire looking.
Canelo and Turki coming back to the table, right? And agreeing to have conversations after Canelo's fight with Edgar Berlanga. And who knows what they're going to be negotiating. I think on the surface level, just from the outside looking in, if we're going to take a wild guess, it wouldn't be far-fetched that Terrence Crawford is part of that conversation, but who knows? We don't know what it is. But at the end of the day, the disagreement or the way Canelo felt about the approach, the way Turki felt about the response to the approach, looks like they were able to come to the table and be like, let's put that to the side and let's get back to business. And shout out to the thumbnail because it's always business. And when somebody comes, and Turki Al-Sheikh is showing you guys that I'm here for business. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to be loved on. I'm not looking to be accepted by you guys in the way you're thinking I'm here to be accepted. I'm here to do business. And I think Canelo, who's a businessman and about his money, is also here to do business. But of course, the boxing space and the fanatics of the PBC and the people who want to discredit Turki Al-Sheikh are going to say, yeah, it looks like Turki Al-Sheikh had to humble himself and get in line and talk to Canelo the right way. He looks like he knows he needs Canelo. Listen,
casual fan creators.
Listen, of course, Turki knows he does he need Canelo? No, I'm going to say no, he doesn't need Canelo. Does he want Canelo? For sure, because Canelo's a good investment and a good idea to invest in if you're trying to blow up your boxing brand, right? So he's not stupid, right? But look, at the end of the day, it was important for him to let Canelo know that, listen, brother, I don't need you, and it's okay. I can walk away from this situation, and we ain't got to work. I don't think it's far-fetched at all that Canelo didn't reach out and text message and say, hey, man, I was just getting ready for this fight. I'm not saying I don't want to do no business with you. I'm not saying, I know I said I don't need you, but just like you don't need me, I don't need you. But pause. I want you, and you want me. We just going to have to talk about, I'm not stupid. I understand what's on the table. I get it.
There's a lot of money there.
There's a lot of money. We ain't in here to play no games and make no moral statements and walk away from $75 million, $100 million. We're not here to do that. We're not here to leave that kind of money on the floor. We're going to talk about it, but let me handle this fight and we're going to talk about it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why it's so important. I just, and I'm saying that I'm hoping and I'm optimistic that as boxing keeps on moving in this direction, and that's why Turki is needed. I know you guys there's people out here who don't want Turki around because they think about the sports washing. They think about him taking the control. They think about him taking the fights that are supposed to happen here in America, potentially taking those fights overseas. They don't want to see that happening. I understand, but I also want to double down and say he wouldn't be here if we didn't leave a gaping hole in the gate, right? A gaping hole, a whole side of the yard that has no fence on it no more. Wild animals are walking in, deer are eating up all your vegetation and shitting all over your lawn. There's no control. There's just this big open gate that you guys left open that the promoters here in America dropped the ball. Let's not be stupid and let's not be delusional. He's here because there's boxes that need to be checked. He's here because there's things that aren't balanced here in the space. So let's not get so caught up in our feelings, right, about Turki coming here and doing what he does and being so resistant to him and always looking for a way to speak about it like, yeah, now he howling at Tank. He been hollered at Tank. Turkey ain't got no shame in his game. He wanted to holler at Tank a long time ago. Tank ain't like it because of the way he came at him, and he likes Devin Haney. That's all he say, she say nonsense. Who cares? At the end of the day, once everybody gets out their feelings and the smoke clears, guess what happened? People say, yo, is there really money over there though? Mm-hmm. That's it. Yeah, there is, bro. Oh shit. All right. Well, you know what I mean? I'm doing something right now. I'm handling some business right now, but tell that man we can talk. We just gonna talk a little bit later. And Turkey like, oh, all right. Oh, that's what's up. Because I thought you was telling me kick rocks. I'll wait a little later because Turkey is here with a mission, and that's what he's here to do. Right? That's what he's here to do. He's here with a mission. He's going to accomplish that. He's got no feelings in the game. He don't even really respect. I don't even get into that, right? But the man is a Muslim, man. He's not over here to make friends with non-Muslim people. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't care. He's here to do business, bro. And that's one thing about these overseas guys. They'll come over here into America and do business and not respect nobody over nobody over here, bro. They'll just do the business, come over here and get the business done. You know what I'm saying? So don't put so much vested interest in hating on him, because this guy is very likely to be standing next to your favorite fighter at some time in the near future, paying that fighter, and that fighter fighting on his platform, or a fight that you wanted to see happening that would never have happened without that man standing next to that fighter. And wait it out.
Can I ask you both a question? I don't know if you guys have been paying attention over the last year or two, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I really want to ask a question, because I always believe in what tangle webs we weave. So I like Jerry Tasker's statement. He is because he's grossly overpaying, right? That one right there, right? So if he is overpaying, why are we complaining about the same things that the guy we don't like, well, not us, but the PBC fanboys, right? They don't like Rick Glazier, who said Al Heyman was doing the same exact thing and hurting boxing. But yet now you guys are repeating the same thing that Rick Glazier said about Turki Al-Sheikh. Ironically, it's crazy. So I think you guys really need to swallow that pill, pause, and just be like, yo, I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, the tribalism. You don't have to take over boxing. America doesn't own boxing, man. Boxing is an international sport. This is not the NFL. This is not baseball. This is not an NBA basketball. This is boxing. It's an international sport, bro. I always try to say this, and I've said that in the last live. I've been saying in the last couple of lives. Understand that on the other side of this argument, in the argument of we don't want Turkey, right? This on that side of the argument is boxing stays as it is. Just keep that in mind. And what is boxing right now? Boxing is a sport where we see more undefeated fighters than ever, right? We don't see the best fighters fighting the best. We don't get the fights we want. We're forced to pay pay-per-view for everything. No matter, everything is a pay-per-view fight now. So if we don't get no more real free fights, competitive fights. We're in this space right now where it's kind of like the government right now. Do you like the way America is looking right now? If not, then be prepared for change. If you don't like the way it is, be prepared. How does the old saying go? To get something you ain't never had, be ready to do something you ain't never do. You know what I'm saying? It's part of the process. Go ahead.
Can I say something? You see, as I hear everybody talking, everybody in the chat and everything, I start to realize that isn't this exactly what we wanted? We all talk about the corruption in the sport. We all want someone to come in and make real change. We want all the refereeing and everything to be on the up and up. And if you ask me, the money isn't worth it, right? But now when a guy's kind of bringing the kind of money that is actually making it worth it, that is actually changing people's life, we're going to push against it. We're going to push against change, breaking up the corruption cycle that some of these sanctioning bodies and promoters, some of these locks they got on the game. And with Turki Al-Sheikh coming in, it brings all change. There's no need to cheat. Let's find out if you can just beat me on the up and up. I'm giving you everything you asked for. There's no reason to cheat. Just beat him. and fair competition. And when we speak of change, now we push a back. We don't want it. Why? Because it makes you think that one man is taking over. No, this is this is everyone collectively coming together with him. He can't do this on his own. He's got Oscar, Top Rank. All their people are still in office. It's not like he's coming in and you can only see boxing unless you go through him. He's actually coming in and telling you, I want to pay you guys to come together, and I'm still going to be here and make suggestions, but let you guys work. Do your thing. And if I got to come in and go, hey, no, you're going to fight, then boom, I do. And then I come out and I let you do your thing. It's not like he's doing a real hostile takeover where it's just going to be him.
He's just facilitating a neutral ground for everybody to work.
Perception of what he's taking over. No, he's doing business. They got to slow down. Like they're coming at him like he's taking over and everything's going to change. No, he's actually keeping all the heads there. You know, Oscar De La Hoya, you know, all the people.
Aram, whoever's running the PBC, if it's Al Heyman,
Frank Warren,
Frank Warren, you know what I mean?
I want you guys to help me. Help me, but we don't got to cheat because I'm giving you everything you asked for. Just beat them up and up and up. No more dives. No more cheating referees. No more. Come on.
Right. And Edwin, what's great also, Turkey treats the people who lose. He walks up to him, he pats him on their back, and he goes, "That was a good fight, man. I know you lost, bro. Next time, though, I'm gonna get you in another fight. I'm gonna get you right. Don't worry about it. Thank you for competing." People aren't losing their whole careers because they took an L. Right. So what's gonna happen? Fighters are gonna be a little bit more confident in fighting fights and risking their O's.
Right.
And who wins at the end of the day? Guys, don't shoot yourself. Don't cut your nose off despite your own face.
And
you win. I win. We win as boxing fans. Why? Spite yourself.
We want all this corruption to stop. We want all this fake refereeing. You know, all of this. We want it all to stop.
All right. So
yeah, I agree with you, Jerry Tasker, by the way. I agree with what you just said. Go ahead, Ray.
Oh, no, I was actually going to say that. I was going to say, yeah, it was a debatable fight, but it was a close fight. So being that it was debatable and a lot of people seen it as a draw, that means that fight could have went one side of the fence or the other side. So at the end of the day, we can't look at it and say it was a corrupt decision. Going there. I think that it was just a tough decision. The judge seen it their way. I had it really close. I actually had it a draw, if not 1 point Virgil. Some people seen it otherwise. They seen it 2 points on the other side for too many Baron.
It was a close fight, man. Close fights can't be robberies, bro. Not when they're scored close. Now, close fight that's scored with a big gap, that's corruption.
Yeah, I scored one of the knockdowns, a 9-10 round.
Right, me too.
Ortiz was winning that round, dominant, hands down.
Yeah.
So I didn't even give him, and that might throw off some people's scorecard because they're just assuming 10-8, 10-8,
right,
10-8. And I don't think he was merited a 10-8 that round, but one of them he did. One round he did. I'll say okay.
Round.
But I did break this down too when last.
Wait. Before you get that deep into it, I brought this out. I just want to read this and get it down. Okay. So Jerry Tasker said, "Not sure corrupt decisions go away with Turkey." That's the part that I agreed with. Corrupt decisions is going to be part of the business. I don't think it's far-fetched at all to see a referee or judges do some crazy scorecard that'll have us up on this show the next day going, "This is what's wrong with boxing." Where are we? You know what I'm saying? It'll stay there because money is money and money influences things to go one way. They push narratives. Now, the second part of this, Virgil fight last week may suggest otherwise. Very debatable, and Ortiz actually won that fight. And I think we answered that already just to say that, bro, it was a close fight. Close fights, stuff like that happens. Go ahead, Edwin.
Claymore, check this out, right? I just started this shit right here. Check it out. People talk about instant replay and the rules inside of boxing, but look how instant replay came in effect, and they actually gave them they awarded them the knockdown. I said all of that to say this: if they didn't count that knockdown and they announced Virgil Ortiz the winner, everybody would have said the reason why he didn't win that fight is because they didn't award that knockdown. Mm-hmm. They came back, awarded him the knockdown, and he still lost. Had it not been for instant replay in the 4th round when they awarded that, what would they have said why was the reason why he lost. They would have said, you know why? Because the referee was on his side. He was cheating us. He didn't award us the knockdown. Well, they gave it to him. They gave him the knockdown, and he still lost the fight. But just imagine if they didn't count that knockdown.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna
The whole
implement
thing. The argument would have been no, but this would have been a robbery of epic proportions, and the people would have not even known. Even if you was awarded the knockdown, he still wasn't winning.
Right.
Just
But
imagine if he wasn't.
Give you, yeah. So that I was just touching base on is just to understand. It was just like, you know, it was a WBC sanctioned fight, and I think we talked on this. I do remember them changing that rule. I know it went into effect because we talked about it last time. It did go into effect, and so it was eligible for this fight. That they made the 10-8 round automatically for knockdown. So
really,
yes, it's automatic. And if you don't believe me, guess what? That's why the Devin Ryan fight were 10-8 rounds and nothing extra for the extra knockdowns.
Oh, wait a minute.
Even with the point taken away, it went to 9-8. But other than that, it was a 10-8 round. So that's why
it wasn't gonna go 10-7 or something like that because of the extra knockdown.
But it did go 9-8.
Because of the point taken away.
Because of the point taken away from Ryan.
Right.
That's why you see that.
They played within the rules, but did the same thing. That's basically, they just, instead of going upwards, they went down.
No.
You feel me? Instead of going 10-9, they went 9-8. You see? Because they stayed within the rules of the 8 for the other guy. Because they have to give him the 8.
Yeah. They pulled them down from the 10. Right. Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Right. Because the referee just took the point away. It wasn't
right.
No doubt. But yeah, man, Turkey in the space right now. Look, guys, look, I'm always talking from a boxing fan. I'm never going to talk from Al Heyman and Eddie Hearn's point of view. I'm not going to talk from Canelo Alvarez's or Bud's point of view. I'm going to talk to my point of view, bro. And from my point of view, go Turkey, go. Do your thing, brother. Because at the end of the day, this was a burning house. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, this was a burning house. Boxing was losing all its credibility, and we're still dealing with our things, right? We're still dealing with the Canelo Alvarez who will refuse to fight his mandatories in the sanctioning bodies, who will allow him to carry those belts. You know what I'm saying? No matter what, we're still dealing with those things, but you know, slowly and for sure, after a while, the leverage will be taken away. These fighters will come and they will go. Boxing will be here, and when we are able to see the best fight the best, these fighters will start to get the pressure to get themselves in line as well. The ones who are wielding all this power that the sanctioning bodies have given them, eventually they're just going to have to come to the table, and they're going to have to deal with the fans, because people like Turkey is not concerned with what you think he's concerned with. He's like, nah, I'm going to pay you good money because I think you deserve it, but you're going to fight a hard fight. You're going to fight a competitive fight. I'm going to put you up against somebody that I think can beat you. Okay? I'm not putting you, it ain't going to be no cherry pick. When I put you in the ring with somebody.
Anderson.
And
look what they did to Raymond Ford and Paul. Yeah, everybody thought it was going to be a certain kind of fight. It was the other kind of fight, right?
Yeah.
You thought it was going to be one kind of fight, and Raymond was up in there like, yo, this little white boy giving me, this is not okay. Round 3, round 4, round 5. This kid he fuck around and beat him.
You see how they ceremonially that dude in Africa for beating Jared Anderson?
Oh yeah, they
greeted him
crazy
off of one fight. Come on, brother. Like, boxing can change your life.
Right. Hold on a second. Salute Fly Frequency with the crazy thumbnail. The thumbnail looking crazy. That thumbnail looking crazy.
I was reading his message and I was just
a hybrid.
It's a hybrid.
That is a nice thumbnail, bro. Boy, damn, bro, got the nice thumbnail, man. Salute to Fly Frequency in the building. Let me see. Roman L. Viamonte says yes.
Thank you.
Yes, subscribe. Good educational program. Thanks for the free information, man. I appreciate you, Roman. Thank you for subscribing, man. Hope you don't regret it. So hope you don't regret it.
But never mind. That's all I was going to say. I was going to thank you real quick. Go ahead, Edwin.
Sorry, not to change the subject, but did you guys see Abdullah Mason, bro?
You want to talk about it?
Listen, man. Listen, look.
Oh, before we go there, I just
Okay.
wanted to tap in with my little perspective on that Virgil Ortiz thing. You know, how I'm looking at it, you know, Bohachuk was the champion, you know, and so when you're looking at it from what happened in the fight, basically, you let a champion knock the other guy down twice and lose his belt. You know, I think that, you know, they just disrespected him by doing that. I think they should at least let it be a draw and let Virgil Ortiz have to come and try again. You know, the rematch. You know, a rematch is warranted already, but now he don't even have to have the rematch because he done stole that man belt and ran with it. You know, he not gonna want to fight him again. I think they did a little too much. I think the judges got it wrong, man. You know,
I
and
mean,
like
I know. Well, we can't
and that
argue that,
rule
bro.
is
Like
in
everybody
effect. You
got their
know,
opinions on that fight. That fight going to be going down in history as a
Three
fight
things.
that, you know what I mean? It's just a close fight, man. Like it's a close fight, man.
Three
The
things we
belt.
can't do. We can't be the judges. We can't change
Yeah.
the.
but
We
the
can't
but
change
the
it.
way it looks
And
though,
I understand. And
the
our
way.
opinions
But
don't
let
matter.
me offer another example though. Look at when Deontay Wilder fought Tyson Fury the first fight. You know, it was almost the same thing that happened, but they let it be a draw because that would have been crazy if they would have let Tyson. Even though a lot of people were saying Tyson Fury won that fight, it would have looked crazy if they would have gave his belt to Tyson Fury after Tyson Fury got knocked down twice like that, and it looked like he wasn't getting up. You know, and I just think they didn't show Bohachuk that same respect because I mean, I hate to say it, but he was basically a nobody. Like nobody really knew who he was, so they just did him any old kind of way. I think that
Yeah,
need to stop in boxing.
Jerry Tasker
And
said,
that's,
"Little white boy."
and
Hey
that's what
man,
we
no,
speak about.
hold on, Jerry. No offense, to Nick Ball. Know what I'm saying? Not little white boy in the most respectful way, but just saying that Nick Ball is a short little. You know what I'm saying? He's short little guy. You know what I'm saying? And he gave Raymond Ford all he can handle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no disrespect, man. He said
He
little white
Irish
boy.
or English?
I'm
Hey,
a
frequency,
little English
frequency.
boy or English. You know what I mean?
Irish.
However you want to look at it. Go ahead.
And that's what we speak of. We speak about the corruption and change. And when Turki Al-Ashi is coming into the game and trying to unite us and trying to give the people the money so that there doesn't have to be any cheating. There won't be no need for corrupted referees or paid because everybody's getting the dollar amount. Everybody's happy. And when you're getting a performance like that, he's trying to take us from the fact that we're trying to make an extra dollar. Everybody's looking to give you, he's giving everybody the extra dollar. And I believe on nights like this, we would have got fair judging. And I can't harp on it. Look, if the decision was the decision, I respect everything you said about Ortiz, and I'm with you on that. It could have went both ways. But to get off of that, I wanted to bring up
Yeah,
this
yeah,
kid.
yeah. Salute Jerry Tasker. You damn right. I ain't gonna
I
call him no
gotta
little black.
admit,
Wait, hold on. Jerry Tasker, you right. You right. You know what I mean? What you know what I mean? In America, we be like that. But you're right. I probably never say little black boy, but I say little boy or something like that. But you're right. I feel you. Salute. Go ahead, Edwin.
and then like Abdullah made it. I'm a Mason, man. That kid, man. I didn't see a lot of him. He knocked the guy out in the second round. Or quickly out of the ring. First words out of his mouth. I already got another fight scheduled. Staying very active. I like the way his father is bringing him along. Somebody questioned if they should take the training wheels off. Sometime as a dad, you have to separate that from your son because I know what it's like to look at your son and still see a little boy and can't believe that your boy's in there fighting men when in actuality, he is a kid. He's 19 years old fighting 30-year-old guys, and every 30-year-old man ain't the same. Yeah, he might knock this 30-year-old guy out, but give him a 30-year-old guy with his skill base. He's going to have a problem. So bringing him along, the one thing I like about him, he's really focused. I checked him out in and out of the room. In and out of the ring. He's not going to parties. He's not on social media, splurging, all this other stuff. He's got his head in the game. I really like that about that kid. I hope he comes along. I think he's going to be the next superstar. Right now, he's Abdullah Mason. He's going to start breaking into he's going to turn from prospect to contender. And I think he's going to really start making some noise. The Prince even mentioned his name. You know, he's got a bright future ahead of him. I mean, he's setting the way for his brothers right now. But I like him. I like him a lot. I think that the next wave in boxing is in good hand with the Keyshawn Davis, Camille Motens, the Bruce Carringtons, the Zender Zions. All those guys is the next wave. That's the next wave coming up. I'm paying
100%. I
attention
agree
to
with
the
you.
kids, you know?
100%. Yeah, Abdullah, it's going to be interesting to see him develop. It's going to be interesting to watch him develop. And like you said, referring to his age, very significant in the conversation because he's doing this. And a lot of people would argue he doesn't even have his man strength yet. He hasn't even gotten there yet. So by the time Abdullah Mason hits at 23 years old, 24 years old, you might see him hit another growth spurt. He might, you know what I'm saying, get even stronger, punch even harder. You know what I'm saying? Bones get a little denser. Knowledge starts manifesting into way different kind of performances and showcases when you see him at fighting. There's a lot. You want him to get got it the right way. And I think one of the biggest things that you said before that give me confidence in what his future is going to look like is his family. It's a structure around him. They're going to keep him grounded. They're going to keep him, you know what I mean? He's not going to, you know, when you sometimes you see talent in some fighters and you say to yourself, man, I hope he don't become a guy who parties too much or he starts drinking too much or, you know what I mean? Shout out to Errol Spence, who had a great career, has a great, you know what I mean? Like he's still actively fighting. I don't want to talk in past tense like that, but we all understand that lifestyle caught up with him. You know what I mean? His lifestyle outside of the ring, the lack of, you know, that guidance outside of the ring kind of crept into his career and affected him in the long run. And ultimately, a lot of us just don't know what that focused, grounded, living the lifestyle Errol Spence would have done with Terrence Crawford in comparison to what we saw with Abdullah Mason and people like, I'll give you another example, Boots Ennis. He has that great structure on him. His father, that gym he's in, that work ethic he has, it makes you optimistic about his future, about what he can accomplish, because you know it's less likely that he'll stray from the path. He'll stay on the path more than likely, and we'll see some great things out of him, hopefully, because of that. You know what I mean? And we're looking at Abdullah Mason giving us the same thing.
And those guys that you mentioned, that's why the fans can get behind them because of what they're doing outside of the ring.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Ray.
No, what I was going to say is actually I didn't even touch base on it when I was asking questions about Abdullah Mason earlier. What I see with Abdullah Mason is his skill set. His skill set is not so much of him just being a great boxer, having a decent IQ and great defense. He is a sharp, dedicated puncher. He puts he lands on the target. He keeps him sharp. He keeps him short. He turns him over. He knows where he's aiming when he's punching. He's dedicated to the sport. Like you guys said, his family is supporting him. He's in all good prayers as he's walking that path. Whether him being Muslim and stuff and things of that nature, he's still walking with that religion on his sleeve, and he's doing it by with all honesty. He's not doing anything that's going to create any type of hatred towards him for now. Because everyone seems to be up in arms about this kid. The eye test is real. I do see that. I do want to see him step up the competition. The 140 thing that we asked earlier was just a suggestion. And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, didn't the guy that was in his division move to 140 because he had to see, he's also a prospect and had similar situations with the weight with Vargas. So I definitely could see that happening very soon. If he doesn't want to get in 140 conversation, like I said, he's going to be at 135. He's going to be waiting 2 years, maybe 2.5 years, unless he gets some big fights somehow scheduled and they push him up the ranks very quickly to get him those fights. He's going to be there for 2 to 3 years waiting for a shot at a title. He may get an interim title or one of these continental belts, but what does that really do for you as a as a legacy fighter that you are you promised to be? I don't want to see him sitting at 135 collecting belts after everybody disbanded, because his era is different than the guys that are currently there. He is the next generation. So being of that, why not take full advantage of 140, which I think Mazumba touched on it, but I do see him having availability, because Richardson Hitchens doesn't. I mean, I'm not saying he's not a great fighter, but he doesn't show me he's that guy. You know what I mean? What's the name? Was it Barbosa? Right? He doesn't show me.
Barbosa?
Yeah, he does. Barbosa. Barbosa.
Arnold or Barbosa?
Arnold.
Okay, Barbosa.
Yeah, he doesn't show me he's that guy. And if Teal leaves, he's going to get that belt. If possibility, fight for that belt next. So Liam Parle, You know what I mean? We see what he did with Matias, but is he capable of holding it down? Why? Because the belts is just changing hands left and right every fight up there at 140. So it can easily move up. He can easily move up, get into that competition with a few fights, fighting these guys up there, and be right in the mix, getting a shot within the next year, a year and a half at 140 as opposed to 135, unless we have some guys move up and out the division. Because right now it looks like he's like I said, he's a career changer. He's definitely in the Boots Ennis, Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford, Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather. Some people don't believe Devin Haney, but I say Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Manny Pacquiao. He's in the conversation. Ben Rodriguez, he's in that conversation. We see the eye test and we see in what we believe. And I'm telling you, this guy's going to be special.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you 100%.
They said that he should go up to 10, 12 rounds. He announced that his next fight's going to be 8 rounds, right?
Right.
But you're right. At 140 pounds right now, for the WBA top 7 fighters, it's a joke. I think Abdullah Mason can beat anybody in the WBA standing ranking. I'm not talking about the WBC, the IBF, or the WBO. But if you were to look up the WBA ranking for the 140, oh my God, he slides right in.
It's there for the taking.
It's there for the taking. It's there for the taking. The toughest guy there is Jose Valenzuela. That's the gatekeeper. That's it, the champion.
Yeah.
That's the toughest guy in the WBA ranking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what he does. It looks like he's taking the rest of the year off. And, you know, like Mark said something earlier, Mazuma said, you know, this has been a very active fighter. You know, in the calendar year, he's fought 6 times. Very active. You know what I'm saying? But you notice when it comes time for him to make that weight, you know, he's getting down like naked. You know what I mean? He's having that towel put in front of him to make that weight. So, I'm not saying he's struggling. I don't want to say it like that, but I'm going to say, you know, I think ideally a fighter wants to make the weight with his clothes on. You know what I'm saying? Like with his boxes on at least. Right. It's safe to say that he's a growing young man. You know what I'm saying? And and as active as he's been, he's probably been on weight all year. Like he probably hasn't had an opportunity to sit down and eat some ribs and enjoy some cornbread with his family and go to the cookout. And you know what I mean? Yeah. He looks like he's
been at a training camp.
Yeah, so right now he about to sit down for like 5 to 6 months. He about to sit down for like 5 months while they figure out what they about, because he said he doesn't plan on coming back until 2025. So let's see who we see. Let's see what he looks like when he comes back. You know what I mean? We might see him, if we see him at a catch weight fight on his way back in, you know what I mean? He might be heading to 140, man. He might be heading to 140, man. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Same thing with Jalil Hackett. Jalil Hackett needs to make some decisions.
He got to move up.
I mean, he's trying
to get in the mix. So just to touch on Jalil Hackett, what is he doing? He's trying to put himself in a position for a title shot now at that division. And I believe if he doesn't get it in the next 2 fights or 3 fights, he's moving to 154. He's not going to waste time there. He knows his time is running out at 147.
Tio went back and forth with him. Yeah. Tio acknowledged him.
Who, Jalil?
No. Brian
Norman?
Brian Norman Jr.
Yeah, and that's another conversation, Tio.
Tio playing games. Tio don't want to fight that man.
Yeah, Tio need to figure out what he's going to do, because first he's calling Brian Norman out. Then he's talking about Boots.
And then he's talking about Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, he's clout chasing. He's getting to one. He's looking like he's clout chasing. Yeah. He has to make listen. Tio is a talented fighter. I keep telling people that. I know not everybody on the panel agrees with me all the way on that, but Tio is a special fighter in my opinion. I've seen him be special before, in my opinion. I've seen him do that before, but I've definitely seen him turn out and play down to the people who he's in the ring with. He needs to just, in my opinion, settle into his boxing and get out of his head about the takeover and pay-per-view superstar. And, you know, I mean, I'm the best. I want to fight who's in your division. Unify 140, bro. That's your power hasn't even properly translated into the 140 division to make you a legitimate threat when it comes to punching. power is concerned. Settle into that 140 division, unify at least collect one or two of those other belts, or head for the undisputed conversation, and then go up to 147, in my humble opinion. I think he's moving fast right now without the game plan of what he's going to do in that ring. That's what I see. Him and his father, shout out to Teofimo Sr. Brother, bring some help in there, or there's dysfunction there from the outside looking in. We see it. There's dysfunction there, and I don't want Tio going up into a shark infested water at night.
You see,
that makes any sense. Where he can't even see what's coming for him. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's shark infested, and you're just gonna push him in there, and it's the middle of the night. Like,
you see, the thing I always felt, Clay, excuse me. The thing I always felt like with Tio was that he's a very talented fighter, but you could fuck with him mentally. He's not mentally strong. You could, when you're not talking shit to him, you're letting him flow, you'll see the purity of Tio's real boxing IQ shine. Yo, he did some shit against Sando Martin where he hit his bicep, retracted his jab, and made it short and just enough to throw the hook and drop him. Yo, that's some ring IQ shit to do it in the moment, to catch when the guy's doing it. He does some other stuff where he peels back the gloves or hits the gloves. He's real smart, but I see where Tio starts to play into the crowd, or before the fight, start getting Twitter fingers, or his dad starts doing something. You can see where in the George Kamboza fight, had he just settled in mentally, he would have won that fight. He did drop George Kamboza in the fight. He was beating him. He just, for the first 6 rounds, he tried to one punch knock him out.
Right.
You can see where you could fuck with Tio mental game. As a fighter, I've been trying to tell people, don't mix up his persona with his fight game.
This is the issue I have with Tio. He's got away from basics of boxing. When he fought Loma, what did he use? He used his jab. He followed his jab up with certain shots. He lured Loma in, let Loma come to him, and he used hooks and uppercuts as well as the jab to defeat Lomachenko. When he fought Kambosos, like you said, he went in there trying to headhunt, and Kambosos landed a straight 1, 2, 3 right down the middle while he was throwing his wild punches, knocked him on his tail. He got off his pockets, got back up. Yes, in the 10th round, he got his knockdown back, but he was already, to me, he was losing that fight, like, because he was just too busy trying to knock Kambosos' block off, and it just wasn't happening. Same thing as we go towards Sandor Martin. As he moved up to 140, he tried to beat Sandor Martin in a game of, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to box you because I don't know who you are. You're just a guy from Europe. I could beat you, right? Yeah. And he goes over there and Sandor Martin puts him on his fanny twice. And what does he do? I mean, lucky they only counted 1, but you know what I mean? These things happen and then he gets into Josh Taylor, and what does he do? Goes back to the jab. He knows the aggression of Josh Taylor. He attacks the body.
He did good.
Bottom to high, so he hits him body to head, chopped him down, right? Then he gets into the next fight, and then we see Tio. Who's Tio? Jermaine Ortiz just dominated this guy. He should have won the title. So we see where, because he wasn't utilizing the jab, he was too fundamental on trying to beat Jermaine Ortiz. He got frustrated with the footwork of him. So yes, to your point, these things happen with him, and it's multiple times, and fighters see that. Claggett did it. You know what I mean? Claggett was supposed to be the fight of the century for him. Like, hey, man, we're going to get you back in good standings. We're going to put a guy that's not going to move. You can use your jab. You can throw these Superman hooks. You can do whatever you want. You're going to knock him out. And Claggett did the same thing that nobody else did. He applied pressure that Teal never seen before and frustrated him, and Teal just looked terrible in that fight, regardless of him winning that fight, because he did win, but he looked terrible. And we've been remembering this, whereas we as fans remember the last thing we seen in the ring. And I can tell you, Tio has not looked good. So, we'll see how it works out for him next year. Good luck to Tio, you know what I mean? He does have talent. He does have the ability. He has been a little bit more, down to earth lately, hopefully, he's now back on his merry-go-round. saying some things, but that's because
Yeah, he's saying some things though. Yeah,
he's hyping himself up, which is okay. He's doing it for
yeah,
boxing.
yeah.
He's not doing it for like you know what I mean, like he was just talking crazy. But now he's he's doing it for boxing. Hopefully he gets a fight, and we'll see what he really does.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that he was struggling during the Sandra Martin because of the divorce, but other than that, I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but he does say some crazy shit. I'm sorry, Frequency. Go ahead.
that's cool. Man, I think T.O. is a very talented fighter, extremely athletic. I think his main problem is his team, his corner. I think his corner, they don't seem like they prepare for the fights right. They don't adjust in the ring. And Tio is that he's the type of fighter that seems like they need that. He needs that direction from his corner, his team, to help him out. A lot of times it seems like Tio is getting by off his athleticism. He's extremely talented though. And he has that gift of power, but I think it's just his corner. That's his biggest problem, his corner.
Yeah, seeing T.O. in these fights and knowing what I believe is, like you said, him getting through these fights, winning strictly off his athleticism. I don't see game planning, strategy necessarily coming from his corner. And you'd have to just imagine, like, man, if he's able to get through the way he's getting through just based off of his natural abilities, what does he look like with that guidance? With that strategy, like, okay, we're fighting this fighter, this is how we're going to approach it. And maybe he is doing that, but I could say, just from the outside looking in as a fan watching boxing, it just looks like he's really just kind of like making it up as he goes. He's moving around and he's making it up as he goes. Or an organized element to his team, to his camp, to his strategy, to his training. I can only imagine that it would be a good thing and make and level him up in what he's already being successful at. You know what I mean? And him moving around like this, talking about Boots, talking about Terrence, talking about Brian Norman, talking about everybody but somebody who's in his division. I don't know. It just seems like he's heading on the road of an implosion. You know what I'm saying?
Jason.
Yo, hold on a second, man. Salute. I gotta bring this guy in here, man. Y'all already know, you know what I'm saying? If you don't know, you don't know. Now you about to know. Salute to Echo in the building. Shout out to the
Echo, what you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing?
How you doing, Echo?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
No, we hear you great, man. Great to have you on the show, man. Ain't see you in a minute. We always smiling when you see you pull up, man. How you been?
Yeah, I've been really busy with everything, but yeah, I thought I'd just come on. I woke up early today for some reason, and I just thought I'd come and see you guys. I just saw your invitation to watch, so I just came and see what's going on. Huh? What are we talking about?
We talking about everything boxing. You know how it is. Turkey's on the map. You guys are expecting the next wave of the Riyadh season is coming to your side of the pond. You got Anthony Joshua, and we might as well jump into that. Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois getting ready to come to you guys in that stat card over there in England. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, what's the thought process over there in England getting ready for this September 21st fight that's about to come out there?
A lot of people over here think it's just a fight, really, to be honest. It's not a lot of excitement, to be honest.
Really? So Echo. So this doesn't give you a Liverpool versus Man U vibe over there?
That's a good analogy.
They're not turning it up in the streets out there, getting ready for this big headline card coming to you guys.
The Dubois look good.
If this was Fury and AJ, then that'd be probably more like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But Dubois looked really good against his last opponent. He showed a level of toughness that I didn't see because I always thought he had a little quit in him, and I always questioned his chin. But I gotta admit, that last performance he put on, It kind of changed a little bit. And he's so young growing up in the heavyweight division, Dubois, that sometimes I forget that. And he's in there mixing it up with these big boys, and he already had some big fights. And that questionable knockdown with Usyk. You know, Joshua's getting up there in age right now. You know, he knocked out this martial art fighter his last fight. Okay,
and
but I that is gonna be tough for Joshua. You think that he's just gonna walk through the Dubois?
No, it won't. It won't. I mean, as you said, he's very young. He's getting better. He's got more confidence. But but people put people down. You know, when they lose. You know, everybody can lose. I mean, people think, well, people can't lose, whatever. But it's like Jared Anderson. He's like 23. He lost. He lost pretty badly against Bukola.
Yeah.
But he's only 23. He can come back from that as long as he gets his act together. I mean, Marciano was 25 when he was pro. So he's got plenty of time.
Yeah, right.
He's got lots of time. I mean, everybody loses. I mean, even the greats have lost and been knocked out in their early careers. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, even people like Henry Armstrong. I don't know if anybody knows
one of the
about
biggest
him. Yeah, but the thing is, he got knocked out in his first fight in 3 rounds.
Right.
In a 4-round fight, and he lost 6 of his first 18 fights. You know?
He turned up late. He turned up later in his career. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
like,
he did. Yeah, I mean, he won his first title in 1937 against. I don't know if anybody knows who it was. Does anybody know who he won the first title from?
No.
Peter Saron.
Okay.
Peter Saron. That was in 1937. That was October 27th. Then he went up and fought Barney Ross and won the title then. And that was for welterweight. Then he went back down and he fought a lightweight. He fought Luambers. He did.
What do you think about Sam Goodman's decision to back out of that fight with Naoya Inoue, take that tune-up fight, then break his hand and possibly pass up on one of the biggest fights, but he acts like he's one of Australia's biggest superstars, which you know, he tries to act like he's bigger than Tim Tszyu, and I don't even think they reached that plateau of household name over there. But if you ask Sam Goodman, he thinks he's the next big thing. What do you think about that whole decision, him jumping in the ring, calling him out, then pulling out on the fight, then breaking his hands? Like, what's up with him? Like,
well, I mean, a lot of people get excited about a fight, but when they realize the true, you know, enormity of it, sometimes it dawns on them, you know, they're not ready for that. And we don't know why somebody would pull out, to be honest. I mean, but to think he's so great, I mean, he's no Jeff Fennick, that's for sure.
Okay. I have a question.
You know what I mean? And he's not.
Sorry.
What's up, Ray?
No, I'm waiting. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought he was done. But I apologize, Echo. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, I'm saying he's no Jeff Fennick or anybody like that, or even like you just mentioned just now. I mean, you've got to put things in perspective sometimes. You know, it's like putting the cart before the horse, basically.
Right. In social media, they do that today. They put the cart before the horse a lot.
Yeah.
They do a lot. With clicks and likes, you can get some views and get a misperception that you're that guy. Like, you're really,
And then you got these guys that get knocked down, and people think they might get knocked down 1 or 2 times, and people think, well, you know, they're no good fighters. But nearly every great fighter has been knocked down. You know, most of them have been knocked down. I mean, people have been knocked down 5, 6 times. I mean, Archie Moore was knocked down 7 times by Van der El, but he still won the fight.
Yeah.
You know, but people don't think about these things. There's been fights where there's been 38 knockdowns in a fight. I don't know if anybody knows that. Jean Jeanette got knocked down 27 times, and Sam McVeigh got knocked down 11 times.
Crazy.
But Sam McVeigh quit in the fight.
Those are 15-round fights, though, right? The fights you're
No,
describing.
no. These are 45-round fights.
Oh my, no.
That changed it. So
I'm an historian, by the way. I'm not.
Edwin said, "I'm not
a
going to
guy
do this
that-
with you, man."
I'm not just a guy that just watches a little bit of boxing. I know the sport inside out from
Yeah.
conception.
Let me ask you a question.
hold on, Edwin. Let me get this question out. I've been trying.
All right, go ahead.
Echo. So Echo,
Yeah.
what do you think about Shakur's possible opponent with Codina? Joey Codina? Do you think
he needs to fight He needs to fight Tank, to be honest.
Okay, so in your opinion, he needs to fight Tank, or does Tank need to fight him? Because because Shakur's the B side, and Shakur has to stay busy. He can't wait for Tank to make a decision.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just one point of it. Doesn't mean that doesn't mean it doesn't need to happen. But I'm saying, do you think the fight is okay for Codina moving up, or are you just not rocking?
Like a stay busy fight.
Well, it's probably not the best stay busy fight, but he just needs to keep busy because that's one of the problems of boxing, being out for so long. People don't fight very often nowadays, because they get paid so much a lot of the times, especially the bigger fighters. They'll fight every 6 months or even every year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at Errol Spence. He's not fought for 13 months.
Yeah.
So
that's not really good to come back to somebody like Fundora, for sure.
Right. If not Tank and Zepeda saying he has to wait, out of the opponents, who do you think in that division should he fight? He burned bridges with Top Rank, so he's probably not going to get nobody at the elite level there. He's not signed to the PBC, which, they only have a few fighters. He can only run it back probably with De Los Santos, if not Tank, right? Who do you think he has an opportunity of fighting besides Joey Codina? Like, is there anyone else in your mind besides maybe a Kambosos? Someone still coming off a loss? Like, where do we go?
You mean Shakur? You mean?
Yeah, Shakur.
Kambosos. That would be a good test for him, actually.
Okay.
Because Kambosos is not going to be easy to beat, and his styles makes fights as well.
Okay.
And Kambosos will come to fight, I think.
Gotcha.
But it all depends on how he's able to handle that defeat, his last defeat, and how much it took out of him. Because he did take out a lot of. I believe it took out of him a lot. I do.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's all I got for you. I just wanted to see how you how you seen that going and what opportunities we see in your opinion.
What about you? Do you think Kambosos is a good choice?
I think either one of them is a good choice just for stay busy. I mean, I don't want to as a throw stain at Tank or disrespect him, but I mean, when he stayed busy, he pulled up Hector Garcia for 130. You know what I mean, just to have a fight. So I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes the guys just got to pick a fighter and say, hey, look, this guy's not doing anything. Let's put him in the ring. Let's just stay busy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 135, like I said, there's a lot of it's almost like the old 147. There's a lot of sides of the streets to cross in this current 135 division, and with people moving around and leaving divisions and creating different opportunity, dismantling opportunities for themselves. We have to see what we have and what's available, I guess, at this point.
Yeah. I think Shakur, I think, like I said it before, and I'll just say it again, you know what I mean? Just Shakur has to be a lot of these fighters right now. When you look at Jerron, when you look at Jalil Hackett, who came over from Mayweather Promotions and came over to Matchroom, when you look at Jerron Boots Ennis making his decision to come over to Matchroom, a lot of these guys made this decision based off the idea of activity. They've been looking to be more active, activity, and I don't need to preach to the choir here as far as like Echo and, the guys on this panel concerned, understand how important activity is to these fighters. Shakur taking a fight with a Joe Cordina, I'm all for it in the spirit of staying active. And is it a fight I'm looking forward to seeing? I've been begging to watch, and I'm like, oh, stylistically great fight. No, that's not what it is. But Shakur, coming from a toxic situation over at Top Rank, where they weren't really keeping him as busy as he would like to be, and not to mention the matchmaking poor. You know what I mean? Just giving him bad matches that didn't really highlight the best features of what he brings to the ring. You know, he gets an opportunity now to have Eddie Hearn help matchmake on purpose, consciously matchmaking him with fights that he's going to look good in. And then you have Turki Al-Sheikh on the other side of that conversation, who's bringing the money, right? Who's going to make it more possible for Shakur to get in the fights that it was going to be hard for him to get at Top Rank, because now Shakur is legitimately an opportunity for another fighter to make a lot of money now fighting against him. So, you know, in the spirit of keeping him busy, and Eddie Hearn probably still trying to, you know, develop this relationship with Shakur to where he can maybe sign him for 1 or 2 fights or 3 fights. Look, just get him in the ring. Tank will send his offer when he's ready, because that's Tank's the A side. That's how he operates. And, you know, if Tank does what Tank wants to do, you have to learn to hurry up and wait with Tank Davis. So until then, you know, look at Joseph Cordina. Why not? Look at Lomachenko right now. If you can make that fight happen, why not? Kambosos, sure, that's a legitimate option as well. Stay busy.
Yeah, I think you should do, because people can. But there is a big danger of that, because if Shakur can't get up for it, and he has an off day, he could just throw everything out of the, throw everything out completely. Because that's one of the dangers of fighting, you know, when people don't fight so often and they just take a fight with anybody and they can't get mentally ready for it. That's always a danger. That's happened so many times in boxing, where people who should have won but didn't.
Right.
Because they've underestimated the opponent, or the styles are just wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But the one thing I see that is wrong in boxing right now is that some fighters are in different places with other fighters, and that we're seeing a lot of times fighters get fights that either jump the line or are less deserving of a fight, which you're seeing like sometime an old fighter that put in work though and has star status, like Danny Garcia. He's jumping into the 160 first shot. You know, they were going to give him a shot at the title, but I think rumors saying that they're doing the same thing they did to Tim Tszyu when he was going to try to fight one time Keith Thurman. They made it 1 pound higher, not for the belt, because the sanctioning body go along with it. So we see that sometimes in boxing, where that, you know, like some of these fights are put together merely on as names, like some, you know, and some of these guys are less deserving. But I gotta admit, like, man, my thing keeps popping up. It keeps messing me up. I gotta admit though, I'm still not seeing the fights that I wanted to see. I wanted to see Saul and David the Monster Benavidez. You know, I did want to see. Look, guys are even talking about this Errol Spence against Sebastian. I don't think that's an easy fight.
It's not.
I think Sebastian is a puzzle. He brings what I call our attributes to a fight that are uncommon. He brings so much length that I can't really, you know, like, that's a dangerous fight. And for as long as ring rust is a real thing. But once again, here's where the names start to get fights that really didn't deserve.
I mean, when you talk about Spence, he's been out of the ring. He's had all those problems, you know. I mean, Crawford fight, that was pretty bad beating, really.
Oh, that was bad.
And the car crash, and I mean, people say, well, the car crash, using that as an excuse. However, if you're thrown out of a car at 120 miles an hour and you're in a coma for God knows how long, there's got to be some, you know, damage done, long-term damage. There's no way. I mean, even if you have a car accident and you hit the steering wheel, you can break your ribs and things like that, and you're never the same again sometimes. Still,
right.
So. And Fundora as the guy. What's your name? I've never met you before. What is your name?
My name's Edwin. From Round One Sports Talk.
Edwin. Oh, pleased to meet you. He's right. You know that it's not an easy fight, for sure. No. Because Fundora's mid-range will be somebody else's long range. as well.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna
You
be
know, and
interesting to see Errol adjust to that because his whole entire I don't take tune-ups, you know.
yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see him come off of a 14. Let's be honest. By the time they fight, he could be very well into the 16-month,
And
15
Ed,
month.
and Edwin, and what's his name? Edwin was right, you know, about Spence really doesn't move his head a lot. You know what I mean? He moves in a straight line most of the time, and he's got to be careful where he puts his head as well. You know,
Do
because
you think that fighters like Errol Spence and let's say Jared Anderson, these fighters who have been kind of like, I don't want to like say respectfully say that they've been blessed to be in fights to where their style has worked and they haven't had to really adjust as much as let's say a Terrence Crawford, who's, you know, you might look at the people he's fighting against, but he's had to adjust. He's had to come out southpaw sometime, fight orthodox, fight mid-range, control the distance. He's had to do different things for different fights. So he's developed a little bit more. He's a little bit more developed than these other fighters when they get in the ring. Do you think the matchmaking and the style of matchmaking that these promotional companies bring to these fighters affect them in the long run when it comes to the actual biggest fights of their lives?
without doubt, without doubt. I mean, boxing is like music. I mean, like I've always said this. You know, what is music? The gap between the notes, and knowing when to put the things in between the gaps of other fighters. And it's a bit like a jazz musician. Somebody can play a song, but the real good musicians, they can jam and they can just get in there and do things when they need to and not do things. And that's how really great jazz has been done all throughout the ages. And boxing is very much the same. And like I said, you know, music is the gap between the notes. And the great boxers are always able to do things like half beats, quarter beats, you know, 1.5 beats, hit between the beats, you know, know when to do a timed it, when to do a stop it, you know, when to do certain things. Knowing all these things, you know, knowing all these different techniques, you know, there's a lot of nuances to boxing. If you've never boxed, or it's very difficult for you to even understand what's going on, you know. Most people watch boxing don't even know what the techniques are really. They just see guys moving to the left, moving to the right.
Right.
Which is why I think I agree with you. I think that's also part of the reason as to why boxing, you know, if the fight isn't ending in a knockout, or if it's not, you know, the most exciting fight, that people don't find the entertainment in it. Like I'm telling you guys that, you know, that Shakur's last fight, I'm not saying it was his best fight, but you know, I have a hard time saying, you know, I don't like the idea that fight was a quote unquote boring fight. I don't think it was a boring fight. I don't think it was a knockout, but I think there was a lot of skills in that fight. I think Shakur showcased a lot of, you know, sweet science in there that has its own value. I feel like the boxing space has been overwhelmed a little bit with this casual energy to where these newer fans don't know how to properly watch a fight to find the entertainment in it. It's like they just wait until somebody gets knocked out to decide if that was a good fight or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I want to second that motion, Clay, because I think they do wait on the and not so much of knockouts, just the stoppages. Like they just look for stoppages, and they constantly looking for this in every aspect of boxing. They don't look at the skill sets. They don't, as Echo said. I want to echo. They don't look at the styles that make fights and make fights great. All they see is this guy has red gloves on, this guy has white gloves on, this guy's in the blue corner, this guy's in the red corner, this guy's taller, this guy's shorter, this guy's got 12 knockouts, and this guy doesn't. And then you got a guy that has been given nothing but pushover fights his whole career, or tune-ups. You know what I mean? Like I said, and I've called this guy Michael Grant a million times, and I stated that Jared Anderson is going to find himself in a tough fight one day. I say he's going to find a fight because I said everyone's looking at him and saying he's this great American fighter, and it got to that point where we finally seen somebody that wasn't an easy fight. And when these things happen, guess what? We see results. And that's exactly what boxing is about. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out to Inevitable D Block. Salute. Um, but I do want to say, Echo, like you and Clay have a good point. Um, I don't see why we would have it any other way but seeing the best fight the best, regardless of styles and however we look at these things. And we have to learn to dissect fights. The casual business is the pro business. And I'm gonna tell you, and just one more thing, because I actually said this on D Block channel too. Um, Jake Paul has brought the casual fans back to boxing. Now, I know people think I'm crazy for saying that, but if you notice, they've been coming back, and boxing has been building since he started putting on these little weird YouTube fights and now pay-per-view fights with fighters from the UFC or former boxers to kind of establish himself, because everyone thinks he's a knockout artist and they think he can go in the ring with a professional boxer, which he's now claims to be, and beat them. He's going to fight Mike Tyson, who's retired. Again, another retired boxer. But they believe this. So the fans want to see him knock people out. And that's where the casual mindset is now, is a casual knockout. They don't want to see the skill set and the beauty of boxing, dancing in the ring, the jabs, the floating like a butterfly. They don't want to see that anymore. And that's where boxing needs to get back to. And I think we have boxers that are trying to push that, but the casual fan base is just looking for KOs.
Yeah, I want to touch on that. You hit the nail right on the hammer.
Wait, hold on, Edwin. Not to cut you off, but I definitely want to bring D Block in, so I don't want him just sitting there kind of like drawing like paint on the wall. What's good, D Block? What's good with you, family?
My brother, you know what's up. At the end of the day, I am the people's champion. I don't need titles in the background because I am the people's champion. I'll come for it. I come for that smoke, and I'm coming with it. At the end of the day, I'm going to tell you like this. We know that Jake Paul and Mike Tyson is a what? Jake Paul's trying to make some bread. Netflix is in it. They believe in it. They believe in something. When's the last time you ever saw Netflix try to bring a boxing event to this shit? To bring a real legitimate boxing event to this shit. And guess what? I'm in Dallas. Believe me when I say this. The people are speaking and they can't wait for this fight. And I can't wait for Mike Tyson to knock that motherfucker out. I can't wait for Mike Tyson to show why boxing is real. You don't fuck with boxing. You don't legitimize yourself by fighting bums at the end of the day for fighting MMA old ass fighters. Tyson is a threat to anybody. Roy Jones knows that. They did 1 million pay-per-view buys by the names. So I'm gonna tell you like this. Get ready and get ready to rumble. Because come that Saturday night, definitely Mike Tyson will show why boxing is real. You don't fuck with nobody like that. You don't fuck with a real threat, even though he's 60. They say he's 60. But the motherfucker hit you when he look like when he hits you, it's like he's 20. So I want to thank everybody for being here. And I don't need no belt in the background. I am the people's champ, for the people, by the people. It is what it is. And we come with our own facts.
Facts. Well, all right. Well, that I like what he said, but I do need the belt. And me and Clay, we the champions, so that's how we roll. Anyway,
yeah, I'm definitely gonna put a couple more. I'm definitely gonna put a couple more back here.
Your question, Clay. I think that you, Ray and Clay, you both said the right thing. I think we're in a weird time where like people like Jake Paul and a lot of this UFC stuff, and we're getting a lot of drunken fans, and they're telling their buddy, "Hey, come watch a boxing match," and we're getting a lot of those. But it's good for the sport. But to answer your question, that's why sometimes people don't see what SHAKUR did in the ring the other night, because what they want to see is a knockout. But at the same time, if we're in this era and we're walking around claiming to be that guy, well, then you're going to have to do that guy kind of shit. Tank Davis is walking around beating his chest saying he is the best, but he's also giving us blood. He's going in there taking care of business and knocking the fighters out. You can call Shakur Stevenson's performance a great boxing performance, but I've been seeing you box since amateurs. I'm done with that. I want to see knockouts. You need to be a little bit more aggressive in your approach, and not just for me, but for your own career. because people do fight traffic, pay for hotels, fight in airports, look for luggage to come down and see your fight go 12 rounds. Bullshit. I don't care about your nice performance or how you danced on your toe or how your jab was working. I've seen that your entire career. I want to see some Naoya Inoue shit, some Terrence Crawford shit. Men going in there taking care of business. And if you're not going to give us a knockout, at least give us a 12-round good fight that you bring us out of our seats.
Yep.
That we're standing each round. There were people falling asleep on top of each other at his fight. I understand what was going on in the ring because I am a fighter. And I know what he was doing. He was staying smart. Arguing with your grandfather in the corner wasn't a good look, my man. And it wasn't showing unity among you and your team. So he needs to get it together in multiple areas as a fighter. As for Tank Davis, he got it going on. He's top dog. He's making the most money, and he's the lottery fight. So when you're comparing the two, sometimes it's like, let's not forget Loma slid out the back door. And there's another Ukrainian fighter that has a belt. Everybody seems to be pushing the blame on SHAKUR Tank, but there are guys that are ducking and being real quiet and getting no criticism. So there's other people in this weight division. And as today, I looked on the website, Tank Davis's coach put down that tweet, all duck season, put up multiple ducks. So he ain't just saying one person's a duck. He's saying Tank Davis can't find the fight right now.
Can I follow back with that? So when SHAKUR moved up to 135 and he fought Yoshino and looked like the best boxer in boxing, who was lining up to fight him? Let's answer that question, because they were saying the same thing about him. I don't believe in that duck thing and that duck theory. I just think it's opportunity and time. We're pushing things out there that are not necessarily true, and we're listening to coaches. Of course, they're going to say it. We're going to listen to fans. Bro, let's look at what's really happening. Let's look at what wheels are turning. Let's not look at what we want to paint on our walls and draw on a piece of paper.
Ukrainian fighters are busy.
Okay.
Both of them at the exact same time.
I have nothing to do with Ukrainian fighters.
Wow, I mean,
I'm talking about. I know what you're saying. I know. I got you,
fight.
Elwin. I got you, Elwin. But I'm talking about boxing. When I'm talking about boxing, is if them guys want to take time off, they're entitled to take time off. Like I said, who's crying about the other fighters that are taking time off? Echo just mentioned that Earl Spence has been out for a year, and Claymore followed it up. Well, he may be out for more than 16 months until that fight's made. We don't know what's going on with boxing. Boxers take time off. What's wrong with that? It is what it is. We can't get mad at Loma because he's either wants to spend time with his family or he didn't like the deal that was offered to him. We don't know the real story behind it. We're only going by what was pushed out in the media. So now, as we're pushing that envelope and we're trying to see the fights, like you, right? We want to see the fights. We can't go by that. Bernacek, he has a fight coming up with in December. So he's not even available to fight a Tank Davis or Zepeda or anyone else. He already has a scheduled fight. So we gotta make sure that we line up all the dots and cross all the T's and whatever you want to call it, and make sure they're all running down the train tracks together. Because if the wheels fall off, that train derails. And we don't want that. We want to keep it boxing. No, I know. Listen, That's exactly what you just said. We cannot please everybody. We can't even please please ourselves with some of the opinions and things that we want to see. We just have to let the time sit and develop. And as we sit back and watch, it's going to be great for us. And that's what we want, the anticipation, because that builds the moment. We don't want to sit there and just take away from the moment because we see something playing out in our head and we're disappointed that it's not happening. Let it build and marinate. It's always
and then you start feeling like the Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford fight that took 6 years to materialize, and all the fights at 135 we should have got. The Tank Davis, Teofimo Lopez, the Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. None of those fights in the Four Horsemen at the 135 that we were all amped up to see. Tell me one of the fights that we got them. The only person I could actually say that did something was fucking Ryan. He was going in there fucking and fighting up against all these dudes. He fought Tank. He fought Devin. Ryan. Out of all of them. And then we keep letting shit marinate and letting shit, you know what I'm saying? And we don't get the damn fight. Because some of these guys got to get called out on their shit.
No, I agree. I do agree on that, right? We're not getting these fights, but here's where I'll add to what both of you are saying, because I agree with both of you guys, believe it or not. I agree with Edwin's frustration with waiting on these fights forever. Rollo Green, if he's still in the chat, I'm sure is definitely feeling where you're coming from right now, Edwin. But I also understand where Ray is coming from, because at the end of the day, the power lies in the hands of, you know, the way boxing has been. Now, boxing will change. It looks like that it's evolving into a situation where Turkey get involved in, into where these fights will be getting made on the right time. Because listen, guys, at the end of the day, boxing matches have a certain window that they need to happen in for them to be the best fights, right? We saw how Mayweather and Pacquiao manifested. When that fight finally came together, I think everybody would agree that these guys were not in their optimal places in their careers. Pacquiao wasn't the best version of himself, and Floyd was, you know, Floyd was there, but you know, he had the brittle hands and everything like that. The timing is important for these fights, and we see these fighters fight when they're in their prime season, which is usually about like a 2 to 4 year window, like inside that period where it needs to happen to a point to when it happens, like Lomachenko and Tank right now. Like, a lot of people saw that fight coming and kind of was like, damn, bro, like, we're going to watch it, but we're not seeing the prime Lomachenko. We wanted to see this fight happen like at least 2 years ago when Lomachenko was more a Lomachenko before Russia tried to invade Ukraine. I mean, that Lomachenko, right? Before he fought Devin Haney, that Lomachenko. So what we have to understand at the same time is we need to put the blames in the right place. When you give the power, and I've said this before about Tank, salute to Tank respectfully, but with great power, right, comes great responsibility. The perks are there, being the face of boxing, being the cash cow for everybody, but the accountability is right there behind it. It's attached to the perks. The accountability says that you have to send out the contracts. These fighters aren't in a position to send you offers. Your team has taken that position in boxing. This is the position that you've taken. You've said, don't send me nothing. You have nothing to offer me. You wait for me to reach out to you. So that's where the pressure has to get placed, right? Same thing with Canelo Alvarez, with David Benavidez, right? You have nothing to offer me but 25 pounds on the night of the fight, which means that there's no more pressure on David Benavidez to make the fight with Canelo. It's unfair to see him go to 175, compete up there, pick up an interim title, put himself in position to become an undisputed light heavyweight champion, and then be given a jacket of a duck, to be giving him the duck jacket, right? To say that you went up to 175 to move on with your career to a fighter who clearly had no plans on fighting you. And now that you've done something for yourself, now I'm the duck. No, I'm not the duck. The duck is the guy who has the power to make the fight, who has the power to call up Berlanga and say that that's the fight he wants instead. And that happens. He has the power, right? So the sanctioning bodies don't look like they're going to enforce any kind of rules, any mandatory rules with him. I'm going to move on with my career. Same thing with Shakur Stevenson and Tank right now. Oh, I'm going to go look to fight Joe Cordina, or I'm going to look to put a fight together with Lomachenko. Oh, here we go. Shakur ducking. Shakur, nah, yeah, that's right. Get yourself out of the conversation and don't put yourself in a position to fight. Same thing with Devin Haney, right? Oh, you're going to leave 135 and go to 140 to compete, become a champion up there. Oh, now you're leaving the weight division. Devin's ducking Tank. No, bro. The A sides to these conversations have to take the perks that come with it, which is the big payday, which is the face of boxing, which is the respect that we give them as one of the faces of boxing. But they also got to take the accountability from the fans who want to see them fight, who they want to see them fight. When you guys don't see those fights, you need to know where to point that aggression to. You need to know where to point that blame to. You need to know who to petition, who it is that you need to point your aggression to and be like, hey, bro, send the contract out. Hey, bro, what's up with the offer? Put the pressure on that team. Put the pressure on Tank. Put it on his management. Put it on Al Heyman, because those are the guys who have the power to put those fights together. Don't put it on the B side who's sitting there patiently waiting, because you know what ends up happening, guys? These guys fight once a year because they're sitting around waiting around for an opportunity that's never coming. They don't get active. They don't fight. They keep thinking it's coming and it don't never come. And then they get rusty. And then these A-side fighters wait them out to the perfect time to where they're not who they used to be when they were trying to get the fight. And all of a sudden the contract comes out and you're fighting a half a dude in the ring. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Hey, Clay, check this out, right? You don't want to know, you make me think about something, right? And the truth about a lot of these contracts in boxing is these are just guys with cell phones. And Tank Davis was learning how to balance money and he didn't have a lot of people around him he trusts. And some fights were thrown your way, and you heard about the horror stories, how Floyd said he was taken advantage of, and you're trying to make the right decision, but your girl's pulling you in one direction, your mom's pulling you in the other. You're trying to buy a neighborhood, you're getting in a car accident, and all these things are coming around you as Tank, and you think that these kind of guys can just snap their fingers and get these fights done. Like the truth of the business is like you got to catch these guys in right timing. Like Ed Hearn's got it. Sometimes you could call Ed Hearns, but he might think he got another fight for that same guy you're calling him for. And he'll just brush you off, and he's over here looking to secure another fight. And you didn't catch him in the right time. And sometimes, some of these guys are so big as superstars, you would imagine it would be easy. But all the pissing contests with the networks and whose name's going to go on the mat and who want their name on T-shirts and who this and that. That's the reality of it all. Yeah. It's not as easy when you're a big megastar. There's a lot of things that go behind putting one of these fights together. And sometimes, I forget about that. It's not that easy.
I agree with you, Edwin. I really do understand where you're coming from, right? But I'll say it like this. When Errol Spence wanted that fight with Terrence, nothing stopped him from making that fight happen. They tried to get in his way. Sure. They tried to make it complicated, and he let it be known through his actions in what he was going to do and what he was not going to do to make that fight happen. Shout out to Jay, who said, what did he have? What power did he have 3 to 4 years ago? Maybe he didn't have the power 3 to 4 years ago, but I think undoubtedly, ever since Tank has left Mayweather Promotions, that at that moment when he became his own entity as far as GTD is concerned, the power has been in his hands to make the fights that he wants to make. And look, I'm not putting no unnecessary pressure on Tank because I'm thinking he's doing it. He's following his advisors and Al Heyman and Leonard Ellaby and the people who he's put trust in to guide his career in the right way. He's put trust in them to put these fights together at the right time. He's well within his right to do that. No pressure from me, or I'm not, necessarily pointing a finger at him. But I am speaking to the fan base to say, if you don't see Shakur Stevenson and Tank getting ready to fight, Tank is the one who has the power to make that fight happen. When Shakur sits there and says, I'm waiting on Tank to send me the contract, until Shakur has that contract in his possession, he has no accountability to you guys to make this fight happen. His job is to be available when Tank is ready to fight. He is available right now. He does not have a fight lined up. Tank has not sent him a contract. He has Eddie Hearn looking into other opportunities. How are we putting any pressure on Shakur to do anything more than what he's doing? I saw here that somebody says, I think it was Rick Timms, I got to find it right here, where he says, this older Loma is still a threat, though, right? He said he stopped Campbell, who Dev took 24 rounds to beat. Loma declined Shakur, and now Tank too. Then Shakur first said he'd step in for Loma. Now he's talking to someone else. Right. He said, so here's Shakur saying, I'm available. Tank, send me the contract. I'll step in. Where is the contract? My question to you guys is, how do you even know that Tank has plans on fighting Shakur next right now? What if Tank has a whole nother game plan? What is Shakur Stevenson supposed to do? He's trying to respectfully be like, all right, I'm going to wait for you, but I'm not going to wait for you. Like, I'm going to wait for the contract, but at the same time, I'm going to continue on my career. Eddie, see if you can line me up with a fight. This kid just came off of a toxic situation in Top Rank to where activity was very difficult for him to get, where Frank Martin backed out of a fight last minute because of certain contract stipulations. Yeah, where he couldn't get a fight with Zepeda. When he tried to get a fight with Navarrete to become a unified champion up there, his own promoter cut his legs from under him and threw Navarrete in there with Barancek. Now Barancek's the champion. He's been dealing with all these situations. When he finally has an opportunity to be a free agent and to get fights that he wants that can make him money, you guys want him to sit still now and wait on King Tank to call his name up so he can start fighting again. Be real with yourself. That's just not going to happen. When Tank sends the contract, when Shakur receives the contract, when his team receives a contract, at that point you can begin holding Shakur Stevenson accountable for either taking that fight or not taking that fight, and you can call him out on there. But until that happens, he's well within his right to move the way he's moving.
And his coach even said on an interview. Yo, he ain't bringing nothing to the table for us right now. We'll get him next. We need to find the payday for Tank right now. We need that payday. Outside of his own coach's
Salute,
mouth.
left hook,
So,
lazy.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to defend or take away from Tank or Shakur. This is not a beat up party on either one of those guys. Yeah, I understand where the Tank fans or supporters are coming from, and I understand where the Shakur fans and supporters are coming from. I stay neutral to it. I'm just pointing out the facts of what's going on in the business. It doesn't mean that we're going to run with the narrative that Shakur is ducking. He's definitely not ducking, and he's definitely stopped talking because what's the point of him keep talking? He talked to the coach on a channel. He literally had an interview with the coach himself, and he said you can wait for if I'm not mistaken, you can wait for him. You know what I mean? We're not looking for you right now. And he said he would step in, right? He said, I'll step in for Loma. He says, okay, well, we'll see. And what was the next conversation with the other coach? The other coach said, yeah, he's not in our market right now. We're looking to fight with Pitbull before Pitbull lost. Now Pitbull messed up the bag. So where do they go? We got to look at what the team is saying, not just what Shakur needs to do. It's actually what that side needs to do also. Go ahead,
100%, JJ. JJ says, first of all, and I thank you. Actually, I hope I'm going to read it just to make sure that I'm reading it correctly. But first of all, he said 37, 36. Nobody called Floyd too old, regardless. Now Loma's too old. I'm not saying Loma's too old. He's clearly not too old. He can compete. He will compete at some point. He was there to compete before. What I am saying, though, is that there's a general consensus that Lomachenko is not the best version of Lomachenko at 37 years old like he was when he was 30 or 32 or, you know what I'm saying, around that age in his prime time. That fight wasn't done then. I'm not putting the blame on anybody in particular.
Claymore, let me ask you a question because I know you're speaking. My bad, bro.
Let me just finish this statement and say what I'm saying is fighters have prime years. They have years when they're their best. And as fans, we benefit and would like to see fighters fight when they're at their best with each other, when both of them are in their bag. That's when we get the best fights. I use Lomachenko as an example to say, and I'm not pointing at Tank and saying it's Tank's fault or whoever's fault. I'm saying that the timing is important for these fights to happen. That I was agreeing and kind of empathizing with Edwin's point of view when he said we're sitting here letting these fights quote unquote marinate. How long do we have to sit here and watch this ish, right? Because he wants to see them fight as soon as possible because they're both great right now. They're both great fighters right now, and those are the great fights that we get to see if they fight inside that window. Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao, using that as an example to say at one time that fight was going to be great and super competitive. When we finally received that fight, those guys were past their prime. They competed, but at the same time, we all lost out a little bit because we all, maybe everybody doesn't agree with me, but I'm going to say 5 years earlier, that fight would have probably been a different fight than what we saw the night when they finally fought. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So, and as far as Loma just so happened to drop out of the fight, that doesn't automatically mean Shakur and Tank is going to be next. It's not that simple. I agree with you, JJ. That's what I'm saying. Just because Lomachenko is not fighting Tank does not mean Shakur is next up. Tank might have different plans. So all I'm saying is Shakur Stevenson is well within his right, not ducking, not with the spirit of ducking, just in the spirit of being active, of being a fighter who's not just waiting on one fighter to dictate what he's going to do with the rest of his career, to move on, fight other fights. And though, like he said, I'm a champion. I'm a WBC champion, lightweight champion. Tank is a WBA lightweight champion. We will meet inevitably. This is going to happen. He's not rushing it. Neither am I. I'm going to go do, he feels like he got something else to do. Go ahead and do it. I'm going to do the same. What's the problem? How is Shakur Stevenson a duck at that point?
Claymore, let me say something because, you know, my phone's about to die. I've been on my live for a minute, and I thank you so much for coming in, for letting me come in. And, you know, this is what frustrates me. Tevin Farmer called out Tank Davis. Gary Russell Jr. called out Tank Davis. Lomachenko called out Tank Davis. Shakur Stevenson called out Tank Davis. You know, and people were so scared of the boogeyman, the main man that they compared to Better Beef, that is a knockout artist, a real knockout artist. a real boogeyman, not David Benavidez. Why are these fighters calling out somebody that is so legitimate to be a threat in the boxing industry, to bring everybody with the eyes that they go in there and say, we want to see a knockout? How many tomato cans has Tank Davis knocked out? A lot. Why do we still have so much respect for Tank Davis to the point of, well, he can duck and dodge wherever he wants. He's the A side. Let me tell you something. When Floyd Mayweather, it's like a circle that we have to keep on going through over and over again, right? We had the pretty boy effect. He had to go through his gauntlet and knock out his own degree of fighters, show his skills with Diego Corrales, to be legitimate, to be a threat, to be undefeated. And why do we have to give this guy a bypass to every threat that comes with them, right? And to say he can do whatever the fuck he wants? What has he proven other than what we want to say, that he's a pay-per-view star? He brings butts and seats, but has he definitely ducked a lot of fighters? Now, we know that a lot of people don't want to hear that. We know that a lot of people here don't want to say that. But we gotta definitely take out the bandage. I mean, we definitely want to know that we have a cut, and don't give a fuck. Open that bitch. Take care of that bitch. What I'm saying, when you got a cut, why the fuck do we keep on giving this motherfucker a simple pass of saying he can do whatever the fuck he wants? Compare him to Canelo Alvarez, that has a resume that he could be in the Hall of Fame twice. Why is that, Claymore?
Mm.
I mean, I'll answer it very simple. First of all, cut the cussing down halfway, please.
Oh,
At
my
least
bad,
half.
my brother. I know we're on YouTube.
Not completely.
My bad.
You know what I'm saying? But damn, all right. but at the same time, just to be real quick, because I'm sure other people want to speak on it, I'm just gonna say, listen, man, A-side privileges, money talks, prize fighting rules. You know what I'm saying? Prize fighting rules over everything. The man puts the asses in seats. He puts the pay-per-view numbers on the wall. Amazon just shot him $240 million.
Have you seen it, Claymore? Have you seen it?
For 6 fights, so he gets to call the shots. Same
Claymore,
thing with Canelo Alvarez.
Have you seen the deal, Claymore?
No, I haven't. I'm saying what the rumor is. I don't know. I know what you're about to say. I don't know for a fact. I'm just saying, supposedly, this man got $240 million from Amazon. I'm just saying that he has the leverage of the powers that be are behind him. They believe in his brand. They believe in his product. They're going to allow him to dictate the pace of how these negotiations happen, because they believe they're going to receive their ROIs off the back of him. Same thing with Canelo Alvarez.
Same thing as, see, that's the thing right there, Claymore. You say the same thing as Canelo Alvarez. Who has proven himself in the ring? Canelo Alvarez or Tank Davis?
No, Canelo Alvarez has, in comparison, for sure.
So when
but Tank in his own right has proven in his own right has proven himself in the ring based off of what the investors that are putting behind him want to see, right? Based off of what the fans of him that watch him, who are loyal, who prove their loyalty by spending money on pay-per-views, by spending money on tickets to go in the building. Based off of those results, Tank has earned the respect of the boxing space to be considered one of the faces of boxing. Canelo Alvarez has done it more so inside of the ring, as far as accolades, as far as the competition he's fought, but they both in their own right have earned the respect of being the A-side part of a conversation when it comes to negotiating a big fight happening.
So one more thing, and I'm gonna let it go like that because I gotta roll out. One more thing, and we gotta look at it like that with the broad aspect of boxing. Oscar De La Hoya has proven himself by pay-per-view numbers, the Golden Boy, and every other person that's proven himself with the pay-per-view numbers. Has Tank Davis broke any records with pay-per-view events? In the record of boxing,
this Ryan Garcia's fight, probably.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Did Mayweather did he break his own events?
Did we say that? Did Mayweather do what?
Did he break his own events?
Did he break his own advance?
Yeah, events.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Did Canelo Alvarez also do multiple pay-per-view buys of 1 million pay-per-view buys? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. And everybody that we know that you got to compare to be the face of boxing or to say that you earn respect has done more than Tank Davis, right? And I know that we want to say it's a new generation. There's fire stick guys. There's all this shit going on. But when you look at the end of the day, you're giving somebody a bypass by not even touching those M's like everybody else. Why are we giving this guy a free pass if he hasn't even touched those M's like everybody else? And I'm gonna let it go like that.
I don't think it's so much a free pass rather than him having the it factor.
Yeah.
What you're arguing is the fact that Tank got it as showbiz. Some people come out to see him as a performer.
Yeah.
He's the people's champ. He is the people's champ.
Yes. So I think what you're arguing is, why does he have so much success when he has done so little in the sport of boxing?
Yeah.
Now, look, he's starting to see his mistakes. Tank Davis, what he's talking about today. Now he wants to unify. And to speak to Claymore's point too about the reason why I hold some of these guys to these fights, and why shouldn't we not host Shakur Stevens or Tank Davidson? The reason why I hold them anyway is because it comes out of their mouth. And if it comes out of their mouth when they're coming around saying that they're the best, that they're coming around and said, I'll beat this guy, that he's ducking me, I'm holding on you on what you said. My anticipation builds what you said. And just because I'm calling you out, and now as a stubborn fan saying, yo, what's going on? I thought you said we're getting this fight. Now I got to give him a pass. And so many passes before.
Are you talking about Tank Davis or Shakur?
All of them. Every fighter.
Okay. Yeah.
All of them. All of them. Because I got to tell you something. Sometimes you got to see things for what they are.
Yeah.
Terrence Crawford is really doing legendary shit. And you can't put that record against Tank. But look at the kind of money Tank's got. Look how many ticket sales he does. And I get it. But you want to know something? That's going to be up to Tank Davis to wake up one day and realize he has to start putting in some work. And that it does matter about the rings and the hardware. Because at the end of the day, when you retire and you go to Hall of Fame, you can't bring that big bag of money in there with you. But what you can do is go in that fucking money and buy a ticket and get your ass in line, because your name's not in this building.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see?
I mean,
so now you're going to have to start to put together a legacy, and that's up to the fighter. Whether he wants to continue making money or legacy fights. I can't.
Do you respect Tank Davis as a fighter or just as money? Do you respect Tank Davis as a fighter? Because
I respect him as a fighter for sure.
Listen, I respect him as a fighter because I see everything. He had a tough upbringing. He had a lot of road obstacles. He parted way with Floyd. He was going through baby mama drama. He was in jail. He was learning how to manage money. His mother was pulling on his coat. Listen, this man came from the gut, from the mud. And you're asking him to mix it up with all these guys with two suits and ties, and for him to come up with all the answers and the correct ones. And he made a lot of mistakes, but make no mistake, Tank Davis is a real good fighter. He has a real high ring IQ, and I don't think we've seen the best version of him. And I'm really on the point where I'm just waiting to see the proper dance partner to bring out the real fighter. Because let me tell you, Tank is defeating these guys with very basic movement, and he is just outsmarting these guys, setting them up. Got Floyd yelling out on the side, he's winning, it's the 10th round. He ain't counting no rounds. He was going to go in there and knock him out. You don't see people get up and leave on a Tank Davis fight. Why?
Whoa. Guess what? I talked to Coach Kenny, right? A year ago when I came to this show, when it was barely birthed. And guess what? I talked to Coach Kenny, and I said, Coach Kenny, when is your man going to actually fight a real fighter? Oh, we ain't worried about that. We ain't worried about that. We worried about the money. And I said, Coach Kenny, let me tell you something, because you were a fighter. And I told him like this: do you want to see Tank Davis in the Hall of Fame? Oh, we don't care about that. We care about the amps. So let me tell you something. Muhammad Ali and everybody else out there that's legendary fighters, when you go to the Hall of Fame in Ohio, wherever, in Newark, wherever it's at, you see fists of Hall of Fame fighters. Their name is stamped for the rest of their life. When you're dead, all that money don't mean shit. People are going to remember that shit. Guess what they said? Oh, they remember about the knockouts. Remember about the knockouts? Coach Kenny, are you serious? Who the fuck have you knocked out? They couldn't answer that shit. So I'm gonna tell you like this:
Language.
30 years old, he still hasn't fought a real fucking threat. And you telling me this sorry
Leo
ass,
Santa
this
Cruz is a
soft ass? No, you
three-division
telling
world
me, you
champion.
telling me this,
He's a Hall of
But he's not
Famer.
you telling me
but
this, you telling me
Leo
this
Santa
soft,
Cruz
you
is a
telling me this
world
story.
champion.
You telling me this story about him coming up from the gutter. Everybody's come from the gutter. I come from the gutter. I come from the streets. Okay? And that's
So
a
you
good story.
know.
But at
Well,
the end of the day, it's like this.
I've never came across millions, but
If
I
you
can
are a
imagine I've
legendary
had some
fighter,
money
they're
in my
gonna
life.
remember you
My
because they
language.
put a fist up there in the Hall of Fame. It doesn't give a fuck about how many M's
All
you
right.
touched.
Language.
All right. Let me intervene real quick because one, we're getting really amped and we got some language barriers. I want to let Clay had something to say real quick to add in, and I think Echo had something to say because I seen him raise his hand a few times. So let's let
No,
the
I
other
didn't raise
panel-
mine. I was just scratching my nose. But
Oh, okay.
I will talk later when everybody's finished. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
I'm just gonna tap in right quick and I'll send it off. I just wanted to say, as far as the accountability, as far as Shakur Stevenson potentially saying that he wants to fight Tank or he feels like he's the best or all those things that a fighter's gonna say. Yeah, that's one thing to keep it 100 about how you feel about yourself and what you will do or can do once you're given the opportunity. But make no mistakes, the opportunity is from the opportunity is provided and facilitated from the A side. The A side facilitates the opportunity one way or the other. However you look at it, it takes two to make a thing go right. And when I tell you I'm ready for the fight, and I'm ready for the fight right now, the only thing stopping us from not fighting right at that point is you doing your part to make this fight happen. Because I can't force you to fight me. I just don't have the power to do that. I don't have the power to do it. I wish I did. I'm sure Shakur wishes he could be like, Tank, we fighting. Set it up. I'm sure. I wish he had he could do that, but he can't. He just doesn't have that power to do that. It is what it is, man. It's not pretty. It's not what we want to hear. In an ideal world, it would work in a different way. But the reality is what the reality is. Tank is chilling wherever he's at. And rightfully so, he has the right to do that. He's earned the right to do that. And until he moves his hand and says he's ready to go, that fight is just not going to happen. So Shakur has to go ahead and move on to his next opportunity, whatever that looks like. Go ahead, Echo, by the way.
Well, I agree with everything that everybody said, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And but boxing's a business, isn't it? I mean, that's the problem. And also, people are offering people out when they know the other guy's already got a fight. How many times has that happened? You know, they're not available. They don't offer the fight, and then all of a sudden they're in a fight or they've signed for a fight. Then they start calling that guy out because it's a business. And Tank's doing his career the same as Mayweather, really, because if you think about it, they were on the same parallel. I mean, Tank won his title in his 17th fight, and Mayweather did it in his 18th. And they're doing the same thing as what Mayweather's doing, really. Picking the fights, choosing the fights, you know, the right time. That's what he's doing, really. And he needs to fight somebody that could possibly beat him, like a 50-50. And we're never going to really know who's going to win until we best fight the best. And that's what it is. I mean, we might think we know, but we don't. We can only believe certain things. And we don't really know who's the best until they fight each other. And this is what I think Tank needs to do. He needs to fight the guys that could possibly give him a hard fight. And I believe Shakur is the guy to give him the most problems. And I think he could beat him, personally.
I think so.
Yeah.
And that's not just because Shakur's tricky. It's other things as well. It's the things that Tank does not so well. And even what's his name, Calvin Ford said, why would we fight him when we can't do what we want to do? Because they know he's not going to be standing in front of him. There's no way he's going to be doing that. And he can get it. He's very good with his footwork. Even if he doesn't make the person pay or make him miss.
Yeah.
And if you're doing that throughout the fight, you know, you're basically the ring general, for sure.
Yeah.
Because if you're creating the the openings and everything else. Even if it's like Tank, sometimes I've seen him fight people where he's fell short with the shots, and the other guy's not counted him. Shakur will counter that for sure.
You think so?
Especially being two southpaws. Because what will happen? The sidestepping will be different. That's why a lot of boxers don't sidestep one way. They don't sidestep to the left much because it lines them up with the right hand if they're both orthodox. And this will be determined by a lot of footwork, not so much punching.
I agree.
Great breakdown. Yeah, I mean, styles make fights, right? Echo. At the end of the day, we know why. Those who know why we want to see that fight. We understand why for years we've been screaming for a Devin Haney Tank or a Shakur Tank, or even though you might see them look susceptible with other fighters, and I know we like to use the triangle theories a lot, even though we know that triangle theories are not dependable, but we love to bring them up. And call how, it's the same way I felt about the Madrimov Terrence fight with the Canelo fight. And I said, Madrimov is not Canelo. Canelo's not Madrimov. Terrence ain't going to fight the same way. It's still worth seeing. You feel me? You just don't know because styles make fights the same thing.
You don't know. You only believe something.
Right.
I got a panel question. Do you think that Tank Davis is going to try to save him for last because of the parameter? He said that he's going to do the 6-fight deal, then walk out of boxing.
I don't think it's going to be last, but I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle, closer to the end, possibly. I think that they're the exciting fights, the fights where they can make the money. I think when you look at the strategy of making the most money and making the best out of the situation, I don't care what nobody says, taking the fights that are looking to make the most money, like, the most exciting fights, the fights where I can knock the dude out and excite the fans, I take that before I risk actually losing, right?
Yeah.
Because once I lose, these fights that where the money's going to be at doesn't hold that edge like it held it before when I was undefeated. It's thought about. You know what I'm saying? There's no question in my mind that when they decided to go for Loma first, right? It was understood, I think, that this is the easier fight. He's still a hard fight. He's still Lomachenko, but it's the easier one. It's the one that I can grab the title from. I can become a unified champion. I can get my money. He has the country. Let me take that fight right now. Shakur is, I think they understand that Shakur is, and maybe they'll disagree with me if they hear this, but Shakur is the harder of all the fights. It's the most competitive of all the fights that Tank has on his list that he wants to do. It's the one that they're going to have to do the most thinking, the most strategizing, the most preparing. They're going to have to be cautious. They might even have to dumb it down a little bit and make it a boring fight as well to match pedigree and not just take as many chances as they did like against Frank Martin. You know what I mean? They think about this. And that's why, and I think Lomachenko understood that as well. And that's why Lomachenko said right at the end of the Frank Martin fight, he said, I'll back out. Let him fight Shakur. I want to see them fight. Loma understood that, right? So that's part of the whole strategy of when they're picking their fight. So when are they going to fight Shakur? I don't know when exactly, but I don't think it's far-fetched at all that they don't plan on fighting him now.
Can I add on before Echo, because Echo raised his hand? I'm going to answer this question really quick because I agree with everything Clay said, but I want to add to that. I do want to say that I don't think he does wait out Shakur too long because I think his plan is to get Loma, get Shakur, get those two belts, and then go from there. I also think that the plan was for Shakur to fight Barancek and not leave Top Rank, and that was partially in their plan. So he goes collect 2 belts, I collect 2 belts, we meet for those belts because he wants to collect and unify 135. We already know that. So he can't save him for last if he's staying at 135 because he eventually has to move up and get his revenge fights at 140, and possibly even a catchweight fight with Devin Haney. Or Teofimo Lopez. So these things are bound to happen because they're all on the list. So as this thing is happening, we have to look at the progressions of where these fights are going and what the divisions mean to Tank Davis as he's fighting these fights. That's very important to keep an eye on and see how things are working out. I'm sorry, Echo, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that Tank may fight Shakur, but the thing is, you're only as good as your last fight, and it all depends on how Shakur looks in his next fight as well. And sometimes to be a world champion, you can be a world champion, but you can't beat the number 4 or the 5 or the 7 because there's always they call them the boogeyman or whatever you want to call it. So just because you can beat all the other guys, you might not be able to beat one. And if he's the hardest fight, why fight him first? Also, so there's a lot of things that could throw a spanner in the works, But
Right.
also, you're only as most people believe, you're only as good as your last fight. And if he has a great fight and he looks fantastic and he knocks somebody out, Shakur, say he knocked out Loma, hypothetically, nobody would be rushing to fight him for sure. Now, if Loma lost, but it was like a close fight maybe, and more than likely people will be after Shakur. But you're only like everybody says, you're only as good as your last fight. So it depends on how he shines or doesn't. By the way, so I think that could be a lot to do with it as well. And
that goes definitely chess, not checkers, right? At the end of the day.
Yeah, and Ken, as what's his name, Calvin Ford, he said, why would we have that fight when we won't be allowed to do what we want to do? That just tells you everything. They're not so sure that it's a great fight and it's so easy. That's why they're not calling out for it. So
well, I'm under the impression that I'm on the business side of it, and I know that Prime made a contract deal with Tank Davis, and when Prime issues out that much money, they bought your fights, they make your decisions. All you're doing is moving around the names. That's where the original list comes from, is the list that Prime gave him in the contract. He can move around the names all he wants, but those are the fights that Prime bought. He's at his job. He's going to pay what he's going to give him the fights they say. That's when he signed that contract, he signed his promotional rights to them. And
but
they're the ones
sometimes
that pick it.
it's the way you move, though.
Yeah, they'll go by like, okay, you're not ready. That's okay. You're still on the list. We'll just move you around. But the 6 names on that list is what they're shooting for.
Yeah, salute to the boxing kangaroo. Long time no see. Long time no see. Hey guys, hold on real quick. Not to cut you off, but salute to everybody in the chat. Please remember to hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. And if you haven't subscribed, definitely I invite you to go ahead and do that as well. Sorry about that, Edwin. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I just said like the business sense of it all. Like basically when Tank makes that kind of money deal with those kind of powerful people, they don't make you that deal and go ahead, Tank, do whatever you want. No, there's an agreement that Shakur Stevenson fight is in there. You're going to have to bring that to us. Okay? You can move around the names. Where's that list from that Tank mysteriously started bringing out the names? Was from that meeting from Prime. Those are the 6 heads.
Yo, Edwin, Edwin. Let me add on to what you're saying, because that adds a layer of interesting information to the whole entire scenario, right? People talk about Tank, basically not having to negotiate, giving the deals, and if you guys don't accept the deals, then we'll just move on to the next deal. I think that's an interesting thing that I think I'm telling you guys, man, you guys have to pay attention and not just be fanboys. Look at the business and understand when Lomachenko pulled out of that fight and said, we'll talk in the new year.
Yeah.
He has understanding of what Tank has to deal with. He has understanding, right? So you're not just going to come at me and say, oh, I'm going to give you a $3 million guaranteed and you're going to take what I take. He's like, no, bro. I know who you're answering to, and I know this fight is supposed to come through. You're going to sit down on the other side of that table, get him a cup of coffee or whatever he likes to drink, and we're going to talk nice to each other. and we're going to make this work for both of us. Once again, you will be the A side. You will get the lion's share of the money, but I will not walk out of here with my hands in my pockets taking whatever you give me. Who you think you're talking to? I didn't sign no deal with Amazon. You did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't say that this fight had to be made. You did. So we're going to talk to each other like we both know what needs to happen, and we're going to make this fight happen in a fair way. Go ahead, Ron.
Clay, you know, the best thing happened was Loma pulling out, because he's doing it on his own terms. It's not like he did it. You know, it's his choice. He knows what he's doing. And like I was saying earlier, I mean, he was saying that Edwin was saying about, you know, they've got that fight lineup. Whoever Tank will fight will be who he feels that it'll be the easiest fight. I'm guaranteeing you that. Because it's not so much like I said, he can't beat that guy, but it's when. Because some people get old, some people have bad fights, whatever. And like I say, if you have a bad fight, more than likely it'll be the next guy to fight. And that's what's going to happen. It's just doing the thing at the right time, you know.
Yeah.
And if Cora has a great fight, nobody's going to want to fight him.
Yeah. Shout out to 93. Shout out to 93 Octane. He said Amazon can't put a gun to the head of Tank's opponents and force him to sign. It don't work that way. Yeah, 93 Octane. But what they've done is they've provided him
$250 million from Prime.
Yeah, 200. Yeah. Now, first of all, also I want to go on record to say that I've never put my eyes on this $240 million deal that he has signed. And I'm not trying to say it doesn't exist, but I'm going to say that we're under the assumption that this deal is there and in place, and this is the way it's structured. We don't know what the deal is. We're not privy. We weren't at the table. We weren't given a seat. You know what I'm saying, at the table to negotiate, but under the idea that that's what it is, the pressure and the responsibility of that contract being fulfilled is on Tank and his team. Nobody outside of his team, and it makes a big difference in this conversation. It's something that needs to be taken into consideration, because if Loma is understanding that, if SHAKUR understands that, then that makes complete sense as to why they're sitting back waiting on these offers to come through, and they're not putting no pressure, because they know at the end of the day these fights have to happen in accordance with the deal that Tank. They have to happen. So I don't no longer have to chase this fight. I don't have to chase this fight no more. If I'm one of these guys on that list, I'm not chasing Tank down. Tank got to holler at me when he's ready, because I know Tank has a deal that has me involved in it that gives him the biggest bag he's ever gotten in his career. So I'm going to sit back and wait and make other fights while you figure out what you want to do.
Yeah, but let's be honest, right? These are okay. They give you a set of names, and those are the goals and the ones they want to go after. But they understand they're not boxing. They will move on without you, right? If they make you an offer and you still try to reject it, let's just think about this. Tank is the lottery fight, not you. I understand what Loma's doing, bluffing right now, and it's cool. But Loma's not a spring chicken. If he bluffs too long, he can't bluff for 18 months. He can't bluff for 2 years.
He can retire and
that's right.
You don't need to
F the whole contract up.
That's right. So no. It doesn't mess the contract up. It's just business. This is what we would like you to do. If it doesn't happen, we'll find someone else. But these were the names we started off with. They're not like sketched in stone.
No, I'm not saying it's sketched in stone. What I'm saying is Lomachenko doesn't have to fight Tank. And I'm saying that I understand that we all understand that, like, he's a free man. But what I'm saying is his legacy is intact. He's done enough for himself.
We're holding him to what the fighters say. Loma's the one that said he's staying in boxing to unify. Tank Davis is the one that said he wants to unify. What the hell is the problem?
No, we can hold him to that. We can hold him to that, Edwin. But at the end of the day, things change. B, he made it clear that he had no interest in it for real. Right. It was for his father. He has other things that he spoke on. That, listen, at the end of the day, he doesn't live by the code like that closely to where he's worried about what fans think about him in this point in the conversation. If Tank is not offering him or if he's not satisfied with what he's getting, he has shown, and he's showing everybody, especially Tank's team, he's showing them that he is willing to walk away from this, and everybody can think whatever they want to think. He is willing. He's showing his willingness to be like, yo, if you don't, he's willing to be like, if you're not going to give me something fair, like I said, I don't know what's going on through their mind, but I'm going to say this. Tank will always be the A side. Nobody's trying to take Tank's A side away from him, but we're not doing, this is what I'm giving you, take it or leave it. I'll leave it, bro. Go fight De Los Santos. Go give him the bag. I don't need it. I'm not caught up in the money like that. I've made good money. I've made good investments. I come from a humble background in a humble country in Ukraine where we're being attacked by a whole nother country right now. This fight isn't the biggest priority in my damn life. You feel me? I got other things going on. I'm all right, bro. You know what I'm saying?
On that one, yeah.
Look, when you want a tuna fish sandwich, you don't go to the deli asking for turkey, salami, cheese, and Swiss, or whatever you want to call it, right? You want that tuna fish sandwich. Right. You want the mayo, you want all that. You don't want no Miracle Whip, none of that. Right. So what it basically we saying is the fight that they're supposed to generate was Loma. Loma holds that hand. If the deli says, listen, we got tuna in the back, you're gonna have to wait for us to finish with these customers so we can go crack open that tub of tuna to give you your sandwich. What you gonna do? Are you gonna sit there and leave and go somewhere else? Or are you gonna sit there and wait for that? Especially they got the best tuna sandwich in the world, and you know that's the best you ever had. You gonna wait for that sandwich?
Your choice.
Right. So at the point now, according to what Clay is trying to say, and I think it's not just what Clay is saying, it's what the boxing world is seeing, and it's what Loma is saying is, I have the opportunity to not take what you're offering me. I have the opportunity to go do what I want to do and come back and revisit this when I feel like it. You don't control the narrative like you think you do. Yes, you're the A side. You present the contract, so we'll deal with that when it comes. But we're also, while we're negotiating, you're going to start teetering that seesaw over towards me a little bit, because you're going to have to give me something to make this interesting. If not, guess what? My legacy's set. I don't need to sit here and fight you for legacy. I called you out at 126. I called you out at 130, 135 early on. Guess what? We didn't have that fight. Now it's 6 years later, and where are we at? You want to call me out now? So guess what? I don't need you. You needed me. Now I'm out. And guess what? You got to go fight somebody else. And who was that? Chris Colbert. So anyway,
wait, don't be too long-winded about it, because I definitely want to bring Boxing Kangaroo into the conversation. He just stepped in the room, and we haven't heard from Boxing Kangaroo in a long time. Hold on. Oh yeah, my bad. You're right. Echo. Boxing Kangaroo, salute. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna let Echo build. Let Echo get it off his chest, and then after that, I definitely want to hear from you, because I ain't heard from you in a long time, brother. And I hope all is well. Hope everything is working out for you. Go ahead, Echo.
Yeah, when it comes to having these fights, a lot of times, it's like you say, it's a business. But the thing is, really true business is about synergy. It's about a win-win. Now, if Loma thinks it's not a win for him, why would he do the deal? Because sometimes the best deal is no deal. And I think that's what he's doing. He realizes this is the best thing to do. And that's all I can say about this, because we don't really know what deal he got offered, if he did get offered a deal. And sometimes the best deal is no deal.
Okay. One thing I can't say about this conversation is I can't determine what a man believes he's worth. Who am I to tell Loma what he believes he's worth?
Exactly.
Whatever he believes he's worth, then you have at it. And that's all I got to say about that. So that's his business. All right.
I mean, nobody's going to be fighting for something, for peanuts.
Right.
Really. Or having all the advantages over the other side.
Right.
Only a few people have done that. I mean, Mayweather did that with De La Hoya, but that was a smart move.
De La Hoya, but he knew that was a smart move, though. Yeah, that was a really smart move, though.
That was smart. That was smart, because he knew that he'd be the A side if he did win, But some people are not. A lot of boxers are not willing to take that gamble, or they don't really believe they can win. because belief and knowing are
Yeah.
two different things, you know.
Yeah.
And this is the difference between coaches and fighters. The greatest attribute a fighter and a coach can have is not just knowledge, is wisdom. Is wisdom. Is not just knowing what to do, is when to do it and why you do it. And this is why I believe, you know, Coach Calvin, he actually said it himself. Why would we have this fight when we can't do what we want to do? He knows what's going on. He knows what could happen. He's smart. And this is the difference between a good coach and somebody that's just you know, that fights been like paint by numbers. Like I said.
And what if you were Lomachenko and you knew that you were out your door at top rank and you knew they were trying to cash in on you and you were trying to get the most out of the fight for yourself and you were behind the 8-ball, you had a belt and you still had a betting tool, you might try to maximize.
Of course, that's what he's doing. He's doing that.
You know, so.
Yeah, man. Look, it's business, and I hate to make these long conversations talking about these guys' money because that's not our concern. We just want to see these fights, but it is interesting and entertaining at times to bring up these conversations. And when you see things like this unveiling or unraveling the way they are, you know, just kind of entertain and just speculate a little bit on what direction this goes on. But Boxing Kangaroo, are you there? Is your mic on? Can you turn your mic on?
I'm here, brothers. How he's going?
Doing good, brother. How's everything going on down under?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad. I just want to chip in on this Tank debate, bro. I just wish Tank could just take some chances, man. Like the 2017 Tank, like the Tank that beat Pedraza. I thought that dude was going to go on a tear and just start knocking every motherfucker out.
I did too.
And it's just disappointing, man. I get the business, I get the A side, I get the side of the street, I get all of that bullshit, but I just want to see Tank try and I think the dude's world level, man. Undoubtedly world level. But we may never know, man. Like he just doesn't test himself. And it's just from a guy from Australia, I just find that fucking weird. I'm sorry for swearing, but I find that really weird, man, that you'd choose the almighty dollar over the legacy.
That's I mean, you know what I mean? Can't argue that, man, because I'm definitely a belts. I respect belts. And I can't argue it, man. But you know, I always take into consideration what another person, you know, especially in this conversation, what Tank thinks is important. And at one point in time, Tank said that he didn't care about no belts. You know what I mean? Belts don't feed his kids, things of that nature. So respecting how he likes to carry it and what he holds with value is the money. Now, right now, he is saying that he's interested in unifying and becoming an undisputed champion, and that's what he wants to do. Let's see if his actions match his words, because if the case is true that he's sitting on a $240 million deal from Amazon, then he shouldn't really be considering money so much in this situation. That box should be checked already. He should be more so concerned on checking the boxes and legacy, and his actions will speak louder than words. We'll see how he moves now that the ball is truly in his court. You know, I said it at the beginning of the year, and I said at the end of last year. I said 2024, I'm going to be looking for Tank Davis to take control of his career. He will no longer have the comfort or the luxury of or you know, his fans having the luxury of being that he's not calling out fighters, that his matchmakers he's just fighting whoever gets put in front of him. No, sir. Today you are your own boss. You have your own promotional company. You have your own unique deal with Amazon, just like Canelo had his deal with Matchroom and all those other companies that he was working with. You dictate what you do. You will be held accountable for what you do. So the fights that you make, you'll get the celebration and the accolades for making those fights. But the fights that you don't make, nobody will be looking at Al Heyman, Leonard Ellaby, Calvin Ford, Kenny Ellis, or anybody else that works with you as to why those fights didn't come to fruition. You know, we're not doing that. So let's see what he does. Anybody want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to just say I agree with what you just said there, because the money's already set. It's not like he's got to try and negotiate, loads of money because he's already getting that kind of money.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about the fights now. But as I've said before, sometimes you cannot be world champion because you can't beat number 6 or you can't beat number 5. This is going to be careful matchmaking to keep the ball rolling, where he keeps becoming the top star and whatever, the pay-per-view star and whatever. Because once he loses, or if he does lose really badly, then that all goes out the window. It does.
Let me ask the panel a question.
That'll be a shock for everybody because people believe that can't happen, or they say, I know he can't lose, whatever. But we don't really know until he actually does have these fights. We only believe certain things. Belief and knowledge are two different things.
Let me ask you guys a question as well. I know you're about to say something, Edwin, but somebody said something real interesting in the chat, and I just want to know what everybody's opinion is on it because I don't know if I have the answer. So 2 Cents says that the money is set, but he has to pay out the dancing partner from that. Is that true?
Yeah.
Is Shakur getting paid from out that 240 million? Is Loma getting paid from out of that 240 million?
Yes.
Yes.
So listen, this it gets interesting.
Right. Yes.
No, go ahead. You about to elaborate on it.
After every fight, though, there's a return. But
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys this question, right? Look, we're talking about boxing, guys getting older. Terrence Crawford, he's 36, 37 years old. Tops, he's got about 3 fights left. And I'm taking this by him fighting once a year. That's where I'm getting my data.
Right.
3 fights, he'll be almost 41. That's where 3 more fights puts him. 41 years old. You have 2 avenues, and this is my question. Do you stay at 154 and you try to hunt down the 3 belt or the rest of the belts and try to secure 3 belt era, right? The first man to do all 4 belts in 3 separate weight divisions, or you take your last 3 fights and you go north. You fight at 160, that's 1 fight. You win a belt. You prepare yourself to fight Saul Canelo Alvarez at 168. That's 2 more weight divisions. He already has 4. That solidifies him as a 6th division world champion. It passed Mayweather by 1. Do you go after the 6 with your last 3 fights? Or do you chase down the 4 belts? Because 3 fights will put him at 41. You don't got any fights to play with. You can go in 2 directions. 2 will give you legendary status. You'll be the first man, 3 divisions, all 4 belts. Yes, but you already got 2 of that. You have an opportunity to climb up 2 weight divisions under 3 fights. There's no one at 160 that can compete with you. You can grab that belt, get acclimated closer to Saul, and cash out on the biggest fight, which would bring you your 6th weight division. Which way do you go?
Me personally, I look at Terrence Crawford and I say this: if it ain't Canelo Alvarez, you stay at 154 and you unify and you become a unified champion and you aim at undisputed. You don't go compete at 160. You don't go compete at 168 because at the end of the day, the reality is that a lot of people don't take into consideration that Canelo Alvarez was a tailor-made fight that Terrence thought he could win. It wasn't him saying he's going to go dominate at 168 or dominate at 160. What he was taking into consideration is, listen, this guy fought at 154. He's a small 168 pounder. He's not a regular 168 pounder. He's sitting on that on that undisputed up there, and I can get that and become a 3-weight class undisputed champion. But Canelo, first of all, we also got to remember that he's no longer undisputed at 168. So already there's a little bit of luster taking off the opportunity. But
you're not fighting from undisputed. You're fighting from a weight
not
division.
Not only that, Clay. It's the fact that it's the IBF that have stripped Canelo as well. The same sanctioning body that Bud was stripped of 3 months after becoming undisputed at 147. So is that something he wants to chase? I think he wants the big Canelo fight.
No, it's not the belts that he's chasing. It's a weight division, I'm saying. If he chases the belts, that's at 154. That's what you chase. At those Saul Canelo Alvarez, it would be his 6 weight division. Forget about the belts. The belts are second nature. I'm talking about weight division. As long as he beats Saul for 1 belt, just 1, he's in that weight division's world champion. All you need is 1 championship in any weight division. He has 4 weight divisions, guys. He goes up to 160, that's 5. 168 is Saul's, that's 6. Forget the belt.
What's at 160? 160 is the red-headed stepchild division of boxing.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm talking about legacy here. These men, Oscar De La Hoya has 6 weight divisions. Floyd Mayweather has 5. The Monster Naoya Inoue has 4. Like
Tommy Hearns has 6 as well.
Different rooms, you know. That's what my question was.
Yeah, Pacquiao has 8.
That was my question. Does he stay at 154 unified, or does he go this way? So that was the option I was presenting.
I got you. That makes sense. I know what you're getting at. It makes a lot of sense what you're asking, but it's clear to say what Terrence wants. Also, it comes to play in the factor of your question. So he wants Canelo. He wants to skip 160, but he also wants to fight at 154. He already has a belt there. So why, if he's going to move up, he's going to 168. I mean, that's what his plans are. But to your point, I think all of them will be legendary status. Maybe he goes up to 168, and maybe he does beat Canelo and comes back to 160 to fight for another title. That's also a possibility we have to look at. You know, he doesn't
There's
have
also a possibility that he screws around his last 3 fights and doesn't accomplish anything.
Well, he already said if he's Canelo retirement. So if he wants to stay and still fight, he can just take on the champions at 154, as Clay said, at 154, and just submit his legacy there. At this point, if he gets 3-time undisputed, even unification at 154, his legendary status is already set. He doesn't need to move to 160 or fight Canelo for legendary status at this point. He accomplished enough.
That Japanese dude is rising up quick as hell. He's going to jump in 126.
But it's a different boxing era. When you talk about the era of Bud Crawford is the best boxer in his era. With disputes of Canelo. Canelo, I think, is a bit before his era and fought at the same time during his era. But I think Bud's era is currently ending, and at this point, we have to say that in his era, he has been the best boxer. He's been pound for pound king. Canelo as well. So Canelo at this point is looking to capitalize on his career. He doesn't need to either, because Canelo and Bud are in the same boat. They don't have to fight anybody but who they want at this point, because they've already proven that they fought the top competition. They can fight each other. Don't fight each other. They can retire now, and they're all going in the Hall of Fame. Why are we even asking these questions at this point? And it's not a bad question. It's just like when we're looking to make something, is it because we're looking for it for our own satisfaction, satisfying ourselves, or are we looking for it because we want to see what the opinions of the panel were? Because we're giving our opinions, and it looks like it's more towards how you want to see it play out, which is cool. I can live with that, because I think you have a great point. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's all a bit depends on what the fighters want.
Yeah, I think that we have to acknowledge that Bud came in with a game plan. He spoke on it already, right? And Bud's game plan was pretty much to be done with boxing, compete at 154, and fight Jermell Charlo, and, you know, maybe head into some undisputed conversations up there fighting Jermell. But Jermell went and got all the belts stripped from him and made it all complicated. Then he was like, all right, well, you know, Jermell went and got spanked by Canelo and doesn't seem like his head's in the right place. I'll fight Canelo. Canelo at the time did hold an undisputed status at 168. So the undisputed titles that he held was taken into consideration when he first decided he wanted to fight Canelo Alvarez. Now, you know, we know that the IBF stripped him of that one belt, and, you know, undisputed wasn't there, but, you know, at least being a unified champion at 168 and beating a legend like Canelo Alvarez would have added to his legacy. If Canelo's not going to be in the conversation, Bud has no reason to go to 160 and definitely compete with anybody else at 168. I would assume that he would stay at 154 and either chase undisputed or at least chase a unification title fight, maybe even get that rematch with Errol Spence, which I know I hear he's not interested in, or maybe get that fight with Jamel Charlo, but he's on his way out the door. 2-3 more fights, he's done. And he has no reason to put, especially after that fight he had with Madrimov, he has no reason to go up there and fight any heavier puncher than a Canelo, you know what I mean, for no reason. Only Canelo Alvarez would be the only thing that would make sense for him to put himself in that space. Outside of that, he should stay right there at 154. And I would
Clay.
Still play with Pandora.
He's not going to jump
Hardy
all over.
still
He's not
playing
going to
with
jump all
Pandora.
over Janet Beck. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, those are all from 154 pounders, and yeah, he don't want to mess with no Janet Beck at 160. That Janet Beck barely making 160. He just went to the hospital for not making 160.
Well, he said
Yeah,
he's
but
not,
he
he's
could
not
fight
moving
the
up. He's staying at
WBA.
160. So
He could fight
Yeah, I
the
don't think so.
WBA champion at 160, prepare himself for Canelo, close out with 6 divisions. It was just an
It's a fair question. We're just answering it. We're just speaking to it. That's all. I'm not speaking down to the question.
I just wanted to see because I'm thinking like, I'm trying to put myself in Crawford's shoes, and I'm saying I'm at the end of my career. There's legacy to behold. I got this guy on the back of my boot heels. I did the 2-division world champion. The Japanese doing it. Alexander Usyk did it. So now there's 3 people in the room. Do I go after the
Clarissa?
world
Let's
belt?
give Clarissa her respect.
And do I go after the thing? So it was just an option. I'm not Terrence Crawford. I can't guess what he's gonna do. But if I was, those were 2 legendary things, and I just put out question.
No doubt. Let Echo build right quick. Go ahead, Echo.
I think a lot of people are trying to compare Crawford with Mayweather, and I think if Mayweather, because Mayweather beat Canelo, obviously, but at a lighter weight, and if Crawford does similar, then that'll be a big, statement for sure. And whether he does that or not, that all depends on the 2 fighters, whether they fight again. But to beat all the other very good fighters at 154, like Zhu, Pandora, all those guys, that will still be a great statement for his
who was that fellow you
career.
said, Echo? What was his name? Tim Zhu, was it? Where's he from?
That
Australia.
land down under.
Australia.
That
Run the
guy.
Outback, Mike.
But what I was saying, that's the reason why he's going after Canelo, because he'll be the only lighter fighter to beat Canelo other than Floyd, and therefore there'll be a very good comparison there, and he'll be beating a better Canelo, more experienced Canelo, more wider Canelo. It's a bigger statement. It's definitely a bigger statement,
Mhm.
and
Hey, guys,
this is
I gotta
probably
go.
why he wants this.
You about to go?
Yeah, I gotta go eat. I'm starving, bro. I've been sitting for like an hour. My stomach growling. I'm just like, I'm done. I gotta go.
No doubt. No, we about to close it up anyway. We've been on for 4 hours, so
with you guys. Yo, Echo, what's up? Ray, Clay.
Edwin, take care.
boxing kangaroo.
Australian boxing kangaroo. Salute to the panel. Salute to everybody
Take
in
care,
the
brother.
live stream. And please give the videos a like.
Edwin, what is your channel? I didn't get it the first time.
Round
It's-
1.
Put it in the chat.
Round
Yeah, I'm gonna
1.
put it in the chat right now.
Yeah. Could you play, please?
I got you. I'm gonna do it right
Help me
now.
out. Thank you.
For sure.
Woo. All right, guys. Salute. It's
Take
been
care, brother.
a pleasure.
Right. No worries. Thank you.
Hey, I'm not sure if you fellas have touched on this yet, but have you got Belanga? Are you giving Belanga a puncher's chance? Has he got any sort of chance against Canelo?
You want
I'll
to
give
hear
him a
mine
punch
first?
chance. I'm down to do that.
I got him for the upset. It's
You
crazy.
got him for the upset, right?
I really do. I think something about his energy is showing that he's very confident and not overconfident and respecting Canelo. I think he slides like a nice hook in there or something and just lays Canelo out. I really do.
Damn. I think the dude's going to sleep, bro.
Yep.
I don't
Yo,
know
listen,
why.
man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. I think Canelo gonna eat. I think he's gonna eat. But listen, I'm rooting for him because I believe Canelo deserves to get his I believe he deserves to get what he deserves to get. I don't forgive him for holding up that division, for not making the fights we want to see. I don't like his relationship with the sanctioning bodies and how his arrogance. I do what I want to do. I've worked. I don't want to hear none of that, bro. I feel like you can do what you want to do, but you shouldn't be doing what you want to do with those belts. I think that's like karmatically going to come back for you, bro. And I would love karma to show up. I would love karma to show up in the form of a Puerto Rican cherry pick.
But Canelo's doing this. I mean, Tank's doing the same thing as Canelo. As somebody just said on the chat, he's doing the same thing. I'll do what I want to do, and he's actually acting that way. Choosing who wants to fight, when he fights, when he fights.
Right.
You know,
but Tank has said that he's coming for these dudes. He said he is. So I'm holding him to that word. But you're right. But he said he's going to fight these guys. If Canelo would have been like, I'm going to fight Dave Benavidez, just not right now, I'd let it slide. But he's literally, I don't know, man. Like I said, I would love karma to come in a Puerto Rican cherry pick. That'd be a nice karma.
Basic boxing privileges. That's what I call it.
Yeah. But he might fight Benavidez when Benavidez has a bad fight.
So I'm glad we're touching on that too. I thought both fights, him and Morrell, actually had a little bit of a hard time adjusting to 175. But I think their next fight, they actually show some better boxing ability. I think just growing accustomed and being wary and not and driving into the unknown abyss of the division made them a little worrisome. And I think as the fights went on, you started seeing a little bit more activity. Morrell needs to work on a little bit more of his boxing ability instead of coming in one dimensional and just trying to go for the headhunts and get these guys out of here. He needs to start getting back to boxing. David Benavidez, I can actually see him feeling more comfortable at the weight and coming in a little bit better and making a better performance also. So these things can happen.
No doubt. But guys, I'm gonna let you guys do your outros. But we've been on for 4 hours. We're on a marathon. We always do this, man. You guys say some good things. You know what I mean? Whatever you feel like saying, close it out. Whether it's on this fight, however you feel. But we definitely about to play some music in the background while you're talking too.
I'd just like to say that I think Liam Paro is the face of boxing.
All right.
And he took out the boogeyman at 140, and I say bring on Devin Haney, Teofimo, and whoever else wants to line up and get a smacking.
I'm down. I'm rocking.
You weren't here when I called that upset, were you?
What about you?
I rate Paro as well. Can I ask before we go, Boxing Kangaroo, who did you think really won between Jeff Fennick and Azuma Nelson?
In the first fight?
Yeah.
Definitely Jeff Fennick. He was robbed.
I agree.
Jeff Fennick won that, man, and the WBC gave him that belt 32 years after the fact.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he was robbed. Hey, thanks for having me. I've got to make it a bit more of a common thing to come back and see you, man. Keep doing your thing, Clay and Ray. Echo, I'm out. Thanks for having me, brother.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Please.
All right, Clay, Ray, thank you for giving me the time and the chance to speak. You're doing a great show, and I just want to say keep up with the good work, man.
All right,
thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for showing up for us, man. Always appreciate having you around, Echo. Thank you.
All right, you take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
This is the legacy right here, man. All we was missing was Bruce Gass. This is what we need in boxing. Ross Cloud would have been up there too, you know what I mean? Knowing the sport from 1800s all the way up to current days, able to build and talk about it and compare everything. Know the ins and outs. That's legacy. That's legendary. This is the status that we're trying to get to, and this is where we need to go. But you know what? Just like everybody else, we have dreams too. So we'll be there one day, bro. Salute.
No doubt. Salute to everybody, man.
Yeah, thank you. Hit the like button before y'all leave. You know
subscribe if you haven't subscribed.
Subscribe. And you know what I mean? No color in the chat today. We wish somebody would have been kind enough. But hey, thank you for rocking with Clay and Ray.
We out.
Why they want
almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow it down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This that high life for the few. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate, 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 elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm